Alright,
As
so
I was saying, we have Ellen versus Catman, who both have times in like high 40s, low 50s kind of range. I don't really know too much about either of them. They both have good times. This could be interesting.
yeah, definitely. So this is going to be our first game between the second stage of the Strawberry Showdown. This is a double elimination bracket between
Yeah, we should
16
probably
players.
introduce what this is.
Yeah, and all of our players over here are really close and really good at the game, so we have some really exciting games ahead of us. For today and tomorrow, we're gonna have the first round of the double elimination. So it's going to be the first matches between all the players. And a double elimination meaning that even if just because you lose one game does not mean you're out of the tournament, there's also a loser's bracket that you can keep playing, and so you'll need to lose twice in order to be eliminated.
Yeah, we'll see both of these players in at least one other game after this one.
Yeah, and so the other exciting thing about today is that the first two games which we have, which are games between, we have NN versus Catman and then Luca versus Tom. I believe the winners of these two games are going to be playing each other next in the winners bracket, and the losers are going to be playing each other in the losers bracket. So we're definitely going to be seeing them again. And I believe there's a similar case between the third and fourth games we have today, which is Wordle versus Nova and then Jimmy versus PayPal.
Isaac will be calling those ones. That's interesting. Isaac being the R world record holder.
But yeah. And then another exciting thing about this tournament itself is that of the 16 players who are going to be playing this stage, 11 of them actually PB'd during the open stage. So we don't really know what their sky's the limit in terms of how much more they can improve since then. And so it's definitely going to be exciting to see.
Catman got 175 berries, they win.
And yeah, and I'm also excited to see if we can see even some more PBs happening during this bracket stage of the tournament.
That was a short game. It seems Catman has in fact already won.
Alright, so a little bit.
I'm used to having the whole countdown and revealing the bingo board and everything. Yeah, no, we're just straight in here.
Alright, so all our players make it through prologue. Just worth noting the times that these players got in the open stage, which was also their PBs at the time. We have NN with a 48-28 and Catman with the 50-52. Of course, as you see here, Catman seems to have improved about 10 seconds since then.
I think Catman is ever so slightly ahead out of prologue. Up for stream delay. So
alright, and now we make our way through City.
He is ever so slightly ahead.
So, unlike other categories like any percent, where this chapter is just over in a minute, we actually have quite a bit of action just right away, with getting all 20 berries in this chapter along with the heart. Okay, and we're already seeing something which we might be seeing a lot throughout this one, which is how much do our players decide to be trailing berries? Now, of course, that itself is risky, that if you die with berries, then you're gonna have to go back to collect them, and
seems we've already had a train death. This is not good.
yeah. But
Oh, we have a bit of a divergence already.
right,
And
so
opted to get the Theo berry immediately, but Catman appears to be going back for it at the end of 1A.
yeah, it's quite interesting to see this sort of divergence already, because one might expect, like, at a really high level like this, maybe everybody's going to be doing similar things, but that's far from it, because there's still lots of different changes, optimization, comfort levels that players may decide.
And
over here,
from both players as well.
Yeah, they're just beautifully weaving in all of those 6 dashes in the pattern into the movement to get towards the heart itself. Very well done.
Couldn't really say who's ahead right now due to Catman not missing one of the berries.
Yeah, that's one of the other interesting things about Rock Divergence as well, is that it keeps us on the tail. Oh, that's some good saving by Catman over there.
We indeed. Catman also seems to be opting to go back for these two berries.
Yeah, and as we see, Anna instead opts to go for the left berries first, and they're going to be returning to map after getting these two berries, and then going for the remaining three.
I think it is very early in the morning in Japan. I don't know the exact conversion, but I think it's like 2 or 3 AM right now.
Alright, and it seemed to be trailing a few berries into Chasm here, but collects them.
Okay. Oh. Okay, Catman exits city at 3:33 at fire time. Oh, no, not Catman, Enon. Catman is still going.
Oh. Yep. Look, Catman only has
nice
a few berries left to get. And now, Enon's off to 2A.
Catman exits at 3:37, so there's only a 4-second difference between them right now.
Yeah, it keeps very close so far. And now 2A is also interesting because 2A's start has a lot of berries that are all spread out. And so it's on the players to decide how much do they want to trail berries and risk it versus play safe and keep collecting them.
It is also
Because
worth noting that
berries-
both players skipped the 2A hearts here.
Yeah, and this is
surprise
something.
me.
Oh yeah, this is something I expect to see from all of the players in the bracket stage here, which is one of the decisions that is made in ARB, of course, is which hearts do you need? Because of course you need the 4 hearts to go into core, and at high level, these hearts are very likely going to be the 1A blue, 3A blue, 4A blue, and then 6B red heart.
Yeah, for people less comfortable with 6B, it can be faster to go for the 2A blue heart instead of the 6B red heart.
Yeah, so at really high level, 6A or playing 6B itself is already faster than just playing 6A. And if you add in the extra time you save by getting a heart, it becomes even more worth going for 6B for that time save.
I think it saves about 15 seconds normally, just any percent, plus 15 because you don't need to go for the 2A blue heart.
Yeah.
It's not a half a minute time save or more.
Right, and both of our players are out of start here. And going to intervention.
Okay, it seems it's 2 AM in Japan, we have an answer.
Alright. So yeah, and one of the really exciting things about watching ARB itself is that ARB is just a high intensity category throughout the one. You have 7 chapters where you need to get all the berries, and then you have 6B, which itself already has lots of long, difficult rooms. And so there isn't really going to be any period of the run where it's sort of more chill gameplay. There's almost always you have berries to collect, you have hard long rooms to get through, and it just makes it more exciting to watch.
I haven't really thought of that before, but yeah. Op does not really have much downtime at all, to be honest.
Exactly. And even the sections that have very few berries, we have things like Unraveling, where we have a bunch of Seekers. Rescue, of course, is infamous for all the TO and Seeker movement. And then there is Core, which again, like just having 2 dashes or not getting your dashes back can also make that.
I personally think
Quite
4 is a
time.
very fun chapter to run, but I know a lot of people don't like it because of the no dash refreshes.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, and it's out of and is now entering the awake part.
It
And
seems
this is-
Catman has made up the 4-second deficit from 1A and is now actually about 6 seconds ahead.
It's quite interesting. They're both quite synced up going into this room, and they both perfectly execute that corner kick sort of off
Was
those spikes there.
Ellen attempting Tess awake? I didn't notice.
Alright. So you have 641 from NN and 637 Catman. So Catman actually is now 4 seconds ahead. So they've caught up 8 seconds between that. Oh, in the 2A. So our players are still really,
Anyone's
really
game,
close. Yeah, especially with the category like ARP, it's almost never over because okay, there's always the potential to have like really costly mistakes.
There's always
Because
the
unlike-
potential. There's always the potential to have a bit of a moment with into the core berry and lose your entire run, no matter how good it is.
True, definitely. Alright, and now we're off into 3A. So now 3A is also
Nice
a
demo
really
from Ellen.
interesting. Yeah, very well done. And let's see if
Catman 2, actually. Wow.
nice. So yeah, 3A by itself, like casually, it's one of the chapters where the difficulty in the game really. Oh no, Catman does die with the berry, but it's a quick one to go back for.
Some berries you can just backtrack into the previous room and recollect, but with other rooms, the exit, like, see what's behind you when you enter a new room.
But yeah,
It
so one of the
prevents you
things about
backtracking.
yeah, so as we all know, 3A itself is famous for its cycles, and that is something that casually, when we have to figure out our way through the rooms ourselves, can be really, really annoying. But looking at when we have players at this high level, they pretty much know exactly what they want to do in each room, and then it's just so much more satisfying to just see them go past those bunnies, like never really being in a danger of dying.
If the cycles weren't bad enough by themselves, you have to also consider that the cycles will be different from when you enter a room and from when you die in the rooms. If you die, it can quite often cause you to die multiple more times trying to figure out what to do to get back on the same cycle
Alright,
you were
and I
previously.
think you haven't attempted Yasik
These
from
players
ahead.
probably know what they're doing for most death cycles in the rooms they find problematic.
And that's very well done, Yosik by NN. So yeah, that's a strat in which you just fly through the top of the room instead of having to go all the way around to get that second lost berry in the start of 3A.
Yarsig.
Right. And Kitman's also
It was Yarsig, right? I wasn't paying the most attention.
yep.
Yeah, it was
Alright,
Yarsig.
entering huge mess here, so of course this being ARB and stuff, any percent we're going to be seeing hard order, which is towels, chests, and books. That's because there's this death warp strategy can be done from the heart in order to save a few rooms of coming back and talking to Ashura.
Seems Ellen's back in the lead by about 6 seconds.
Interesting.
This has been a bit of a back and forth so far.
Yeah, it really has.
Ideally, it stays that way for the content. Far more interesting than when one person just like runs away with it.
Alright, and yep, and then doing that transition and getting the heart and will now save and quit. And Catman's are following the same. And yeah, if you're used to watching Bora for bingo bashes, one of the interesting things about tournaments like this is that it's not based on real time, it's based on in-game time. which means that just because you see that one player's ahead on the screen does not mean that they are actually ahead. Because like we saw, since Catman went back for a few berries in 1A, that's more time spent menuing, but that's not really time you lose in-game.
I think each save and quit saves like just over 2 seconds. That's like 4.5 seconds if you count the 1A and 3A save and quits.
Yeah.
Skip the hard cutscenes. Is it optimal to save and quit on the 4A blue heart as well? I'm not actually sure. Theoretically it is, but...
Yeah, and we've been seeing some really clean movement from both players. Sure, there have been like minor hiccups here and there, but like no major mistakes, which... The other thing about ARB itself is like it's almost impossible to get a perfect run in that even your PBs, your very good runs, are going to have mistakes in them. Which in a tournament like this makes it more exciting because it's not a case of you make a significant mistake and then you're just behind, because there's always room to catch up.
And what game is this? This is Celeste.
It's not
the Battle of Polytopia.
Yep, Celeste is the mountain, and it's also the game in which we climb the mountain from the same name.
Well, it is a bit of a meme in the community that Celeste is actually the name of the girl, and the mountain is called Madeline, but...
Right, and over here we see NN going for the demo. So this is a demo that, of course, in any percent saves you a lot of time because you can skip getting the key and a lot of these rooms down here. And while in ARB you still need to come down here to get the berries, it is still faster to do the demo. At least so long as you can get the demo first try, but even then, it's still definitely a strat that you might see top players going
Adam's gaining
for.
a bit of a lead here, to be honest.
Yeah. Alright, and... Yep, both players get the demo first try, no issues.
I think there's actually some funny stuff going on with some pixels when you're playing ARB that cause the demo to have a different timing or something. I've heard that's a thing, I don't really know.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I did not know about that, but that's...
It's to do with skipping the cutscene. Like, it's if you enter the room versus skipping the cutscene, it has different timing apparently.
Ah, okay. See, I'm just used to getting the room enter for safety anyways, but...
Yeah, no, if you get the room below for safety, I think it's the same in any and ARB, but if you just go straight from the cutscene, it's slightly different due to some pixels.
Alright, and then out of resort. And
I'll have to fact check that, because I don't know really.
Alright. And yeah, and now we have Ridge, which itself is an infamous chapter for ARB because the strats only keep getting harder and harder as you get better and better at it. The Golden Ridge itself is, of course, really densely packed with berries. And of course you have this like shrine, which is just a whole bunch of berries just looping around. And so far, like, start itself is pretty linear. Most of the berries are just in rooms you're gonna be going through anyways.
Supposedly we have the Madeline the Bubble soundtrack playing as well as the music from the players.
Cool.
That's interesting.
Alright, Catman's also entering 4A now. They're now a little bit behind, but again, there's just so much that can go wrong in this one that it's... Like, at least until some, like, summit, it's not... we can't really say who's really having the advantage.
4A has some notoriously difficult strats.
Yep,
Particularly second blockless.
Oh, that was an really interesting way to get that last start berry from NN, doing that sort of uplift.
I was watching. Oh, not great.
Oh no, Catman taking that with these berries, at least.
Not sure if Catman's realised, but they have.
Yeah, because
yeah,
this might be a bit unfortunate now because at least like a lot of the berries in stat you can backtrack for, by just if you die, just go back. And
I think that one was backtrackable.
Yeah. Although,
Maybe they're just like more comfortable with doing it from the beginning.
yeah, perhaps.
Which, yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not good. Hopefully we don't get anything else like that in this game.
Yeah. That's also one of the things about Orb is like when you're playing for like RTA almost an hour in what pretty much like you see almost every single room is like either a berry room or a room you have difficult movement through. You're just bound to at some point just mathematically make some mistakes. And it's all about sort of how do you manage the risk involved with the strats you choose to execute, along with the consistency that you have with them.
And get C-pop first try.
Oh, very nice. Alright, and nice undertrail by Annan. Yeah. Tim Felix makes a good point here, just that even if it might be faster, it is scary to backtrack in race conditions. Because of course, like when you're playing, you're in the zone, you know what movement you're doing, and now all of a sudden you have to first think, okay, which berry is it that I've lost? And like, where's the backtrack? And like, how fast or slow is the backtrack? So sometimes you might just, at that split moment, make the decision to continue playing, and then at that point, you've already made up your mind. Alright, and then hitting up one. Alright, and Catman also gets under trail, no issues.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit more of a gap between the players now, but it's still too early to say who's going to win, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
I haven't played Chicory yet either, maybe I should.
Oh, that's quite an interesting way to get that berry that Catman just did.
Did I pronounce the name of the game wrong? I'm sorry.
Alright, and then here is finishing up with Golden Ridge. So next up we have Temple, and this chapter already has been quite exciting to see in ARB over recent times. So Temple, of course, is especially like when you're getting all the berries, there's a lot of sort of different ways to go about getting those berries, because a lot of the berries are sort of in start and depths, which are spread out in this almost like maze-like pattern, which you can choose how you get through them. And for a long time there was a certain sort of main route that players did. However, there was recent route, I believe found by Math Hacker, that involves unlocking depths early and then doing a return to map after getting the bottom berries. And so it's now interesting to see what routing players choose to do. And oh, it looks like NN is going top first. So I believe that is the new route. I don't think I've ever actually seen how this route goes, so this is interesting to watch. So yeah, if I remember correctly, you get the top berries, and then you unlock the apps, and you get the bottom berries, and then you return to map. Alright, and Catman also finishing up bridge and entering temple.
It definitely seems that Enon is being a lot more safe with the berry collects than Catman is.
Yeah, and that is also something that makes sense, because if we look at just the times that the players have, and it knows that, okay, the theory I have about like 2 minutes of PB advantage. Of course, like that itself doesn't like mean everything, because PB is your best of a lot of runs, whereas you only get one run in a tournament like this. But in a situation like this, you can forego some of the riskier, faster strats in favor of, okay, if I just play safe and not make any major mistakes, then hopefully just my overall maybe better consistency or slightly faster strats might get me the win. And that is another reason why I'm excited for this to be a double elimination bracket, because the open stage decided the seeding, and the first round matches are based on the seeding, which means that we are going to be seeing matches between players who mostly have more of a difference in their best times. However, these matches are not all or nothing, because there is the loser bracket, and so after this round, we'll be seeing a lot more just players with closer personal bests playing each other. Alright. I believe Catman's doing more of a standard route. Or by standard,
Based on the berry count, this is the new route as well.
Oh, never mind.
Because normally you'd have 101 at this point, I believe. 102.
Oh, alright.
But Catman seems to only have 96.
Right, that makes sense. So yeah, it is definitely exciting to see players already implement some of the latest changes that we've seen, because of course at this level you take any time save that you can comfortably get. Yeah, in terms of time, it's interesting to note that Catman's file timer itself is about 40 seconds behind, which means that just in terms of where they are, they should be closer than they look. But of course, I don't remember if Catman has gone back to collect the berry they missed yet, or if they're going to be doing that later.
They have. They did it just before entering temple.
Oh, okay, good. So yeah, this is still not that far off.
Oh, it seems we're having the restreamer swap happen. Yeah.
Alright.
Temporarily goodbye, I guess, if that happens.
Yep.
Yes, Archie from Enon. I don't think this is bingo.
Hello, Celeste community. We have to change restreamers for a second. Okay, Schwenlink, you can end task. Back to Twitch.
It's done.
Hello, twitch.tv/Celeste community. Okay, bye. Good luck.
Alright, and we should be on again. So here we see Enon is entering.
Hold on. I think you need to put an exclamation mark in front of your name so it shows the correct people commentating.
Oh. Sorry, let me fix that. Oh, alright, there we go. So yeah,
Nice.
with your entering and unraveling, so of course for like players who are more used to seeing any percent, the rest of 5A here might like not be something you see very often. But it certainly has some really interesting movement to watch and difficult to execute.
Intervention
and-
is just quite a fun checkpoint to watch, I think.
Or unraveling, but
That's what I meant. Yeah, I always get those two mixed up.
I do too. They're just long words that.
Yeah, intervention.
Alright, so and then over
Having
here is
intervention in
entering Search.
5A.
Search, of course, casually is notorious for having berries that are just really difficult to find, especially when there's that one berry you're missing. But however, for players who've been playing this for so long, they just know exactly where to go. Oh, it's a bit of an unfortunate death to the Seeker there, but oh, they still got the Seeker to break the platform, which is interesting. Oh, and they get this demo as well. Nice.
Yes, you have to search for the berries in this checkpoint.
Yeah, and even just the Seeker cutscene movement is just so fun to watch. It's like they're just going through without like bonking anywhere or without just all the movement. It's so optimized. Yep, get what epic you do.
I guess you could
search
even
for the
say-
berries.
I guess you could even say that you have to rescue the berry in the next checkpoint because it's stuck behind the gate.
That is true. Alright, and now we should be entering Rescue. So, Rescue has some really interesting movement because of Theo Ultras. And so you're going to be seeing our players just fly all over the place. And yeah, we're already seeing that.
Yeah, rescue, I would say, is one of the checkpoints that has the biggest difference between people that know what they're doing and people that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely, because on top of just difficult Theo movement, and also just Theo restricting your movement, you also have Seekers, which Seekers can be quite unpredictable, especially if you don't like have an exact plan about what you're going to be doing. And oh, interesting, you can just throw Theo from there and hit the button. That's nice. Yeah, and gets the final berry in this chapter, no issues. Meanwhile, oh, nice demo from Catman as well.
We're going to want to pay attention to Ellen's final time when they finish 5A so we can gauge pace.
Yeah, and that's a really nice eyeball room as well.
27:19.
Yeah, the eyeball room also, it's just fascinating watching top players play because just casually it's just a constant struggle of you want to go forward and the wind's just pushing you back, but these players are like, what shockwaves? Oh, I didn't see anything, I just went past through everything.
I'm pretty sure the shockwaves don't affect you if you're in the middle of a dash, but that only applies to dashes and not like any sort of momentum gain from dashes like supers or wave dashes.
That's true.
Which leads to some interesting movement.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Huber found out in chat, we have some input or control 3-pointing from Enon. Presumably for the feather movements needed for 6B. Or in 6A.
I didn't see what Huey binded, but it could be for the feathers, possibly.
Alright, and so if you missed some of the rescue movement we were talking about before, well, you can now watch it through a Catman stream.
We might be able to figure out what it is like when they change their minds back.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh, and yep, Catman also gets this berry, no issues. Alright, and that's some really neat fast movement through the cassette room, and it's already on their way to the 6B.
It doesn't look like we're changing the vines back before 6B. So they must be relevant here as well, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Enon finished Temple at 27.19, Catman's finishing at 28.40. So
Okay,
yeah,
so-
Enon is starting to run away with it a bit, I feel.
Yeah, but it's still very close, because there are a lot of places still remaining that can just lose in like 30 seconds even. And this is now also an interesting sort of change of, not really pace, but into an arb run, which is, while we were all just getting lots and lots of berries so far, now we're going to 6B, which has no berries, but it has lots of really long rooms with really tight movement, and so dying can really cost you a lot of time.
Snake skip from Catman.
Nice. Alright, and Elon here entering the falling part of 6B. This is also another one of those parts which is just so fun to watch Ferris play, because they're just going down everything like the spikes are not even there. It's also interesting to see sort of when they choose to fast fall versus slow fall in order to get the tiniest bits of time saves while also not risking dying to these.
The cassette and will be joining Enon in 6B. Enon decides to pause stuff for the demo.
Yep. Good demo. And yeah, you're exactly right. It's just a single berry, depending on which one it is, could like totally swing the time difference that we see. Of course, we already somewhat saw that from Catman, where that one berry they died with in start of 4A has caused the lead to increase significantly, but it's still not so tremendous that the game's over by any means.
So there's two reasons you want to do the B-side here. One is that it's just faster than the A-side, and the other one is that it gives you a heart to unlock core, so you can skip another heart previously.
Yeah. So, because of, I suppose, maybe like an oversight in the game, or forget if it was intentional, but unlocking a B-side before you complete the A-side of a chapter does unlock the next chapter, and that's something the speedruns use quite a bit in cases where just doing the B-side is faster or had some other advantages. And oh, that's really nice multi-boost from NN.
Yeah, lots of categories like ARB and true end, so not ARB, any percent and true ending use 5B as well, but that's not really an option here because 5A has tons of berries.
Yeah.
We need the berries.
True, and that's also why it's like ARB is such an interesting category to run. It's like, do you like B-sides? Well, there is one in there. Do you like core? You get to play that too.
You like farewell?
Well, we kind of everything. Alright, and NN's almost done with 6B here. But nice slow 4-minute time it's gonna look to be. Yep, this has just been really clean 6 speed, just no real issues. I don't even remember seeing him like die much.
This makes me wonder if Enon isn't any percent runner.
Maybe.
'Cause
But yeah,
that was a deathless 6B.
Oh, wonderful. That's love to see it.
It wasn't absolutely insane, I guess that's supposed to say Dragon. 6B, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not quite so sure about inside 6B. It looks pretty outside to me.
Yeah, although Catman's also having a very smooth 6B as well. And of course, Enon's now entering Summit. Summit is the chapter with the most berries and also the longest chapter in this run.
Not quite sure what kind of time we're going to be looking at for Summit here, but it's probably going to be like low 12 minutes into the 11-minute kind of range.
Yeah, that's what I would expect to see as well. Which itself I mean,
Maybe a bit higher than that.
I struggle to get like Summit 8 times like that sometimes, so this is just goes to show how much faster these players are.
As of right now, it seems Enon is winning because Catman dropped a berry in Ridge, which cost him quite a lot of time.
Yeah, Enon's ahead, and that's also nice command skip from Catman. And Catman also finishing with the 4-minute time. And wonderfully done.
That was also an insane 6B.
Yeah. Definitely just like seeing this player tear apart a chapter is just has been so difficult. It's just incredibly good to see.
I mean, was that I didn't see. Was that 1?
Perhaps, yeah. Alright, and both of our players are in Summit now. Alright, now over here we see... What kept me going for? That's an interesting setup for the demo I haven't seen before, but... Yeah. I mean, a little bit of difficulty with it, but... I'm sure they'll be able to get this soon. Oh, and then, yep, they get it with the pause buffer. Nice. I could say, not gonna lie, I hope I can also watch some strats from this event. Yeah, definitely. That's sort of the just exciting thing about watching players, especially like fast players play, is we might just see something on stream and be like, oh, I bet that might be better than what I'm currently doing.
Because a lot of the time there's strats that are both safer and easier. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
Quicker and safer
Yeah.
than the ones you're currently doing that, and they're just like, probably you should learn them.
Yeah, and that's the exciting part because speedrunning up.
Like, a lot of the stuff these runners are doing is like really hard, but every now and again you just see one strat and you're like, that doesn't look too bad. It looks easier than what I'm doing.
True. No,
Saves
strats
time.
are true. Strats is one thing, but the other thing also is just movement. Just like getting from like point A to point B as well. These runners have like much faster movement than something that maybe I will just casually come up with myself. But yeah, a game like Celeste especially, it's like speedrunning is in part like your strat selection, just your plan about what you want to be doing in each room, and then in part also execution and your consistency with it. Because it's one thing to like do all the fast stuff, it's another thing to do them consistently. But players over here are both fast and consistent, so.
For lots of rooms there are like
That's
like how consistent they are and how technically difficult they are. And
yeah. It's like while we have seen some quite major differences, a lot of the differences between sort of the gameplay we'll be seeing in these early stages, especially of the bracket, are going to be a lot more subtle. Which is like strats whose differences might be in the fractions of a second, but like over the course of a run, those fractions can add up. Alright. But yeah, Endon's been having a really clean summit as well. They've just, I believe the whole run has been really just smooth. Oh, and going into 2K over here, of course we have our autoscorer skip or the chat where we save. Oh, and then dying towards the end of the boom gives Tatman a little bit of time to catch up and gets its second try. When Anon takes it out to this berry. This berry in particular is just really difficult, and they're just...
There's not really a whole lot you can do to speed up a lot this berry either.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if there's anything that's fast, it's like even more difficult than the berry already is. But Anon makes no issues with it the second time. Yep, and that's some really interesting seeded movement.
I haven't seen that order for collecting the seeds for the seed berry there before.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Here's we're cheering on Bergie in chat for some reason.
Right.
There's not really a whole lot to say right now. Both players just like playing well and getting berries.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, and then making their way into 2.5k. Yeah, the berries of this chapter are really interesting. It took me a little, or this checkpoint, took me a little bit of time to just realize where they all are, but it's interesting to see if they're going to be doing the fast berry over here next to the key.
It seems to see it from Ellen, possibly.
Alright. Oh, that's it. Oh, is that like a full ball bounce strat? Oh, that's quite interesting.
That's the only way you can get berry as far as I'm aware.
Oh, alright. Nice.
Without going out of the bottom at least. It's very nice different setups for it though, yeah.
I see.
Got door skip, so this one is now officially valid.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if like any player here is going to be hitting those buttons. Yeah, and getting all 3 berries in this run, going off to 3k. Meanwhile, Catman makes their way up to seeded, and having a bit difficulty with the seeded. But yeah, like getting the seeded from the left side can be really difficult as well, because what you need to do is dash such that you're getting you're touching the ground between the dash to get your dash refilled, and that can be hard to just line up consistently, but gets the berry now no issues.
I'm still not 100% certain what the intended strategy for that seed berry is. I believe out of like all of the ones I've tried, the one that felt most intended was getting the middle seed first, then the one on the left, then the one on the right.
Oh, interesting. I never thought of the intended order for those. Honestly, I don't even remember what I did casually. Right. Yep, and Catman also making their way to 2.5k.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that demo before. Catman just did an interesting demo in 2K Orb Room.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. And of course, 3k itself, most of the berries are just on the way, so there's quite a few sections with very few berries.
The only real two long berries are the one to the left of flag 18, which Anna just picked up, and the one on flag 4.
Yeah. Although there's, again, like 3k also has this sort of risk-reward trade-off, which is, do you like get all or most of the flags, or do you decide to skip a flag, which means that if you die you get sent further back, but also if you don't die then you save the time it takes to sort of stop and collect flags.
Flag 10 in particular is one that's often skipped. It's just coming
Alright,
up.
and then just taking it for safety, that's good decision in a situation like this, especially when you are ahead. You don't really want to be taking risks unnecessarily when you are ahead. Of course, I'm not sure if the players know what the other players are doing, but at least N can quite sort of comfortably know they should be doing pretty well, given like just what their time is right now. They should be looking at least like 49 perhaps?
I feel this is going to be high 48 based on the time so far.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, possibly.
But yeah, regardless, it's a
Is
really
it low
good
49?
time.
I don't know.
Yeah. Although that seems to get a nice sub 5 core, which it's easier said than done, but
And I don't think these players will struggle to get sub 5 core.
that's true. Yep,
They might not get it 100% of the time, but I think most of the time they should be able to get it at this kind of level.
yeah, that would make sense. Alright.
It's like jump from Catman.
Nice. Oh, and then enter score. Alright, nice. Puts in Ultra there to carry some momentum forwards, and and up here we have the Ice Skip Berry, which of course all the players over here are not gonna be needing to go get the switch all the way at the right. Instead you can just do that movement and yep, just makes this berry look so easy.
I think unless anything particularly disastrous happens, Ellen just has this.
True.
That was the last berry that can go horribly wrong, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I guess you could trail the last berry 175, and lose it.
Yeah, but I think it just has no reason to be doing that. Just collect that berry to be safe.
Oh wait, yeah, no, berry 172 exists, this upcoming berry.
Yeah.
I forgot about this one.
But yeah, and then just gets it first try. Well done. That,
It must be expected at this level, but still.
yeah, it's
Barry
just,
is never kind to anyone.
yeah. Supposedly even the intended strat for the berries just figure it out, I guess. But yeah, net score has been really good so far. They're just
Catman getting the last
a few
bonus on
minor
it.
dead. Yep.
Flag 3 death.
Yeah. It's just the feather movement in this place, especially when you want to like optimize it, can be quite tricky, but gets the third try. Yeah, and this is going to look to be like a 51 probably, which it's still a really solid time.
I would say a high 51 seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm picking up the last berry here.
Yeah, so all Anna needs to do now is finish up the chapter.
Okay, despite the name All Red Berries, you do in fact have to finish core after getting the last red berry.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, it'll be somewhat, it's more exciting to have players like finish up the chapter instead of just like in the, like towards the middle of it, just go, alright, we're done.
Enon is on low 49 pace here. Which won't be a new PB, but it isn't far off.
True. And yeah, just like getting times even just close to your PB itself is quite remarkable. Especially considering that a lot of these PBs are very, very new. Because at least like both of these players have at least PB'd it during the open stage.
Let's try into the core berry from Catman.
Ooh, that's a really interesting corner boost in though. Oh, and takes an unfortunate death towards the end of the cassette room, but yeah, just re-entering the room makes sense to like set up the cassette cycle correct again.
Because yeah, cassette blocks work on a global cycle, changing to the music rather than on the entry or rather than on death cycle.
Yeah, but if you just re-enter the room, then it just resets it back.
But with all cassette rooms outside of stubbornness, you can just re-enter the room and
Sure.
just like reset the cycle.
Yes. Oh, Catman taking an unfortunate death towards the end of the first room of Hot and Cold, and
GG.
ew, was oh, that's a really interesting strat. Just those corner jumps there. Fascinating.
I've seen that strat
Oh, yes.
before, but it's still cool to watch.
Yeah, it's just not changing the room to hot.
Very
you
clean,
don't need
very
that.
172 from Catman.
Yep. And yeah, and then it's done with the 4911. Which, considering Catman's about to reach that in 10 seconds, fair to say that NN is going to have the victory in this match, but it's still a really good performance by both our players.
There's only
Yeah,
about
only
like
like-
one checkpoint difference between them. Catman's just entering Heart of the Mountain as Enon finished it.
Yeah.
Granted, it is one of the longest checkpoints in the game, but still,
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, as someone pointed out in chat, Luca finishes with just 35 deaths, keeping in mind quite a few of those have been like intentional retries or save and quits. Which boosts. Ooh, that's a nice save by Catman, almost dying to the lava there. And yep, Catman also gets the final berry of the run. Just needs to finish up core now.
It doesn't seem like this is going to be a PB for Catman either.
Yeah.
But amazing performance from both players. These are like amazing times. I would be very happy if I got a time like either of these two, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some really fierce competition during the open stage, and like the bracket just shows that.
The next is a very fun game to speedrun, yeah.
Yeah, it's just so satisfying to just fly through. Alright, gets the cassette as well, first try. And now it just needs to finish up the heart room to finish the run. So yeah, this will look to be a high 51.
I think pretty much everyone will be seeing today probably has at least 1,000 hours put into this game.
Yeah. Alright, and GG's to both players for finishing their run. Catman with the 51-38.
Another GG, even though we've already had one, at least 1,000 hours put into enough GGs.
Alright. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, the next match that players for finishing their run, Catman with the we have coming up now is, let's see, so we have Luca versus Tom. And the winner of this next match is going to be playing against NN in the winner's bracket, and the loser is going to play against Catman in the loser's bracket.
It seems Luca has a similar kind of PB to Enon. They're not identical, but they're in the same kind of range. And
yeah.
Tom and Catman also have a similar kind of PB.
True, so we didn't talk about the seeds earlier, but the first game we saw was between our 5th seed NN versus our 12th seed Catman. Now we have our 4th seed Luca versus our 13th seed Tom.
It seems the coming up thing is not saying the correct thing. It's saying coming up Strawberry Showdown versus P2B. Just interesting.
Yeah, I think that...
The actual game is it's Luca versus Thom.
Yeah. Yep. I think, yeah, the same title has been updated though to reflect that. So yeah, but yeah, about the players coming in. So Luca got a 47-45 in the open stage, which is only 4 seconds off of their PB, which is a 47-41. Meanwhile, Tom did PB in the one, getting a 51-02. So I'm sure for the guild Steve will be looking for getting that sub 51 time.
I never really know what to say before the games begin.
Yeah. Talk about Bergie or something. Bergie is in fact cool, yes.
Bergie is cool.
Yeah, I suppose we can also talk about games coming up later today, which I'm certainly also excited to watch. We're gonna have Wordle versus Nova, and then Jimmy versus Waypro. And these games are also gonna be interesting.
For those that don't know, Bergie is a cross between Kirby and a burger, and it's basically just become a mascot in the Celeste community, and I don't fully know why, but...
Yeah, it long predates me joining Seco, so I'm not sure why it is, but it just is. But yeah, I don't know too much about or Nova coming up, but I'm certainly excited to see how the Jimmy versus Vapor goes because I believe Jimmy recently got their sub 50. Whereas Vapor just has a fairly not sub 49, so we definitely have interesting games ahead. Vapor is also capable of playing one main from 3D. That is true. But yeah, I guess I can just talk a little bit more about why ARB itself is such an exciting category to watch, which is, like I said before, you just have every single sort of room on like chapter almost you're going through is you're having to make these split-second decisions of, okay, should I collect this berry here, should I trail this berry further? And that itself means that it's anytime like if you make mistakes, you then have to figure out how to recover in the fastest way possible. Both in terms of like saving, like not dying, and also to go back to get a berry. And that itself makes this really interesting sort of risk-reward aspect to it. Which means that unlike something like any percentage, you just need to get 2 rooms one after the other, and if you make it past the room, you're done with that room. There's of course this sort of more like potentially mentally draining aspect of it, which you just have to do a lot more work. There's also, I guess why art like it's sometimes considered to be a more sort of high-level category to one, but this event has done a really good job to like sort of open up and like have more people try out the category much further down, as we've seen times going as far down as like an hour 20, which is just wonderful to see that high a skill range of everybody enjoying this category.
Something I'd like to add to the choosing between collecting a berry or not is that often, like when the run's been like slightly behind pace so far, you might want to just take the additional risk of trailing the berry, whereas if it's quite like a good run, you want to take it safe so you don't lose the run.
Yeah, definitely.
As well as the fact that, I guess in the context of a race, Thom is probably more likely to trail berries because they have the execution disadvantage here. They want to like make up the difference as much as possible, whereas Luca's probably more likely to play it safe.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see how sort of the way players play changes as over the course of the run, especially the players who are more towards the higher or like better seeds, which is that early on when they're playing with a bigger sort of just PB lead, they might be just doing safer strats.
It seems from what chat's saying that Luca tends not to play safe, so I guess we won't be seeing that then.
Yep. Which should be more exciting for us. Alright, our players are almost ready to begin.
I wonder if we're going to see a 1-up at any point during this event.
I doubt it. I guess the reason I won't expect is that even if we see 6 berries being trailed, I don't think they're gonna collect them all at once. They're probably gonna just leave it. And oh yeah, there is also another really interesting aspect about like sort of the routing decisions in ARB is you have strats to get your berries, but like you also have strats to collect those berries. Which is, it does say you might decide, okay, I'm going to be like extending the hyper on this platform so I can maybe collect the berry here, like doing a super there, etc. And so it's also just, and that is also something that can vary a lot between player to player, and it's just a really like subtle but interesting difference to note.
Also seems we have live split on Thom's stream, so we can see how they are compared to their current record.
But yeah. Yep. Oh, and they do seem to have a time of 54, so I suppose they have gotten that sub 51 since the open round. Yep.
That means even if they don't necessarily win this, they could still beat their PB, which is exciting.
Yeah. Nothing else, just looking at the sum of best segments just being sub 50, it's totally feels like, surely, we have a one that we can sub 50. Okay, and our players are off.
It does feel wrong not talking about the bingo board in prologue.
That is true. But yeah, it does. Oh yeah, Tom doesn't have the in-game timer because the timer's been shown in the splits, which makes sense.
So which early game objectives do we have then? We have 20 berries in 1A. We have Forsaken City Blue Heart. But we also have Old Side Blue Heart. I don't think we'll see either of the players going for that objective here.
No, I don't think that's necessary. Alright, the players making their way through start. Yeah, I'm interested to see if like either of these plots will decide to get the berry by Tio later. Alright, look ops to go for it. And so does Tom. So yeah, really similar routing so far.
Yeah, I remember watching my very first Celeste speedrun before I even started playing the game. I was like, yeah, this looks fast. And then after playing the game, I was like, what the hell is happening here? I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, it's like
And then
Celeste is
over
really interesting, but stuff looks even faster or like even crazier once you actually just know it. Because you have like, ooh, oh no, Tom taking a dead towards the heart. It's, yeah, like, this is just a place which is really hard to recover because the heart code by itself is something that, you know, you're just doing the movement that you know you do to the room, which means that if you mess up, like Tom just had a mistake over there, you have the option to sort of recover, but you have to do that keeping the dash code in mind, which is really, really difficult to do. And so it's not surprising to just see them just reset the move instead. Yeah, look also having like a minor death here, but issue. And yeah, like,
Really interesting corner kick for that berry.
yep.
I'm not sure if that strat has a name, but I've seen it around it, and that's pretty difficult.
Yeah, and also interesting to see the strat differences at the last room off crossing. Where Luke opts to do that wall bounce and just collects the berry first to be safe. Of course, you really don't want to die with the second last berry of crossing, because then you have to play all of crossing again. Yep. And similar routing once again to get these lost berries in Chasm. Looks like we're setting a time off. No, that's like the 2-4x from Luca?
I think it's a 250 flat, but yeah.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, 249. I don't know, either way it's a really good time.
Yeah. Oh, and this... You know this is on the stats, but Ton already having saved 0.1 seconds in prologue. And loses a slight bit of time to Sidious due to the movement.
Generally speaking, time lost in City doesn't really matter though.
Yeah, definitely not.
Like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah. And as we see, the players are still very close and...
And a lot of that probably came from the unfortunate death in the heart room.
Yeah. But yeah, our players are off to 2A now. Yeah, Luca seems to be collecting the berries safely so far, yet does not want to risk dying with multiple berries behind them.
I agree, with the way things are going, this could well come down to 12-12 and core full clears on the board base.
Indeed. Alright. Tom also taking it safer and collecting these berries. Oh yeah, this is another interesting difference, which is at what point do you get that middle berry into it, because there's sort of two ways to do it. Just the first time or the second time, and I don't know if there's a difference between them. It's just a matter of preference.
It's technically the second and third time in that one. Even the third and fourth times in that one, I think. I don't know.
That's true. I meant the second, third real opportunity you have. Not first and second, but yeah, that's there. How did the first match go? Yeah, the first match was interesting. Catman had an unfortunate moment dropping the berry in for a start, and really, and then took that win by I think just a minute or two. 2 minutes, I think. Or 2 or 3. Yeah.
Pretty respectable times from both players, so yeah,
Definitely.
game.
Yeah, just having a high PB is one thing, but being able to get times close to that PB is like a mark of consistency.
Taking
Don't
unfortunate
take.
death there.
Yeah, and then taking that very safe, which is quite understandable. Missed a bit, but the Luca get the bottom berry first in intervention. That's an interesting thing I haven't seen before.
Luca got the top berry and then died in the bottom berry with the top berry and had to go back and get it afterwards.
Oh, I see. Alright. What was that give Tom a little bit of time to catch up?
Pretty good attempt to toss awake right there from Luca.
Yeah, like, Awake is one of those regions which, like, casually, it's, oh yeah, you just, like, you can't really die there, you just gotta go right. Whereas, it's so easy to, at high levels, lose a lot of time just to getting slowed down, just because of how fast it is possible to go there. And so it's...
Ironically, Awake is one of the hardest checkpoints in the entire game, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, definitely. it's just different.
There's so many things you can just get caught on.
Yeah.
I went to mention RTMs, that's good, yeah.
Yeah, and Luca making their way into Resort.
Luca going for the wall boost strat.
Yeah. Excited to see what other strats sort of we see. It's also interesting to see what strats like we see what different players do versus the ones we don't. Like there was the demo coming up shortly that we saw both players do in the first game. And yeah, Luke also goes for it.
It's not often you see
And gets
an
its second
actual
try.
application. Yeah, it's not often you see an actual application of recording boost and boost, but it seems first one for that very.
Yeah. And also it's pause buffering by itself also loses a little bit of time, so it's just interesting to see like what demos are actually saving you so much time.
One decided to not go for the demo here. The first player to
Right.
not go for it. I respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite
Very
understandable.
easy to accidentally over pause buffer, miss the frame, or either pause buffer wrong.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Pause buffering is like a skill in itself. Because even otherwise, you can also just lose time to like being slower on your pauses and unpauses. Because while the game is paused, even though your character is not moving, your timer is still running. Nice. Nice wall boss to get this berry. Alright, and... Alright, Luca not going for Leon Sigurd, they're not hitting it, although I did not see them like pause buffer it unlike NN earlier. Let's see what Tom does with this berry. Ah, okay, just a retry to go for berry. That makes a lot of sense to just take it safer because Seek is a really difficult try.
I'm just like watching the results. This is like.
It goes that nice demo at the beginning of Towels.
It's a fun demo.
Yeah. Well, they didn't highlight this last game, but even just seeing the players make it through like huge mess the first time, it's so interesting because there's just so much just like a wake that you can just stumble against and just lose time.
Yeah, the rooms that are difficult for speedruns, the rooms that are difficult casually are very different a lot of the time.
Yeah. Definitely. Also different from the rooms that are difficult for golden. That's also like this fascinating aspect of Celeste, the video game itself, is there's so much you can do with it. You can speed one, you can do goldens, you can do
Custom maps, hard clears.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can even speedrun custom maps or golden custom maps.
That is true. Right, and yep, Tom here
There's also
getting
various challenge runs like minimum dashes and whatever. So there's
yeah,
tactics,
it's just
a whole lot
true.
you
It's
can do.
just yeah, indeed. And most importantly, you can also play bingo.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Dragon. There's also minimum grabs. I don't want to get cancelled, so I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, I think we have been talking about sort of our having this like higher chance of having costlier debts, but what we've also been seeing is also like understandably a lot of more minor debts, and it's interesting to see how like those themselves can maybe add up, maybe not, in terms of the total times we see our players reach.
Actually, I think I've said them a lot. I should say something.
Luca recovers pretty quickly from having missed the point there. That was some fast thinking there.
It's surprisingly easy to accidentally just like dash too early and miss a coin in that room.
Oh
Or
yeah,
dash- Or
definitely.
dash too late and hit the dust bunny. That's also a possibility.
Yeah. Right. Both our players are now in elevator shaft. Once again, I'm curious to see whether our players decide to go for the demo, or whether they just decide to get the key.
I think at this level, the demo is more likely. But you never know.
Yeah, especially because that is a demo that you do in any person as
Luke
well.
decided
And-
not even use the setup for the demo.
oh, okay.
Instead
Thinks
using
that it
that
gets its
setup.
second try.
I don't actually know, but it's faster if you
Yeah,
do it
and-
first try.
Yeah, them over here getting these two berries, these berries casually are just so difficult, but they just have some really nice, and those are also not the easiest these days. Oh, and that's some good recovery, not having a dash there to get that
It's like
final
elevator
berry.
shots. A lot of elevator shots, those are actually really difficult.
Yep, and gets the demo first try.
It's definitely difficult to just see how difficult the game Celeste is based on these people because but,
They just make it look easy.
yeah, they do. They really do.
Yo, it's just fascinating to just think about everything that goes through in order to like get these players where they are now. Just all the countless practice put into this, as well as just about. I mean, another aspect that doesn't get talked about often, but because I suppose it just somewhat comes to the sword time, is they also have to remember what to do in every single room over the course of an hour. Which, like, just casually speaking, that was one of the things that I found, like, to be something that steered me away from attempting to speedrun solos, but it's just so much interesting to just get at a point where you just know.
Definitely does feel weird watching my old runs and seeing how far I've come since then.
Definitely.
Even just like the simple things like turning photosensitive mode on. Did you notice?
Yes, which thankfully we have managed to get all our players to do that for our viewing purposes, so should we see any screen shake here. Alright, both of our players are into bridge now.
Hopefully we don't lose any berries here this
Look,
time.
having a little bit difficulty breaking that block, but breaking it now. Oh, that's an interesting order to get the seeds. I've never seen the middle seed like taken last, but that makes sense.
Yeah, the Celeste speedrunning community is great, I can agree with that, Dragon.
Definitely one of the best communities out there. Alright, and yep, Tem's going for the more sort of common order I've seen, which is just the seeds from right to left. Interesting to see that difference there. Okay, Thames is the first person. Alright, sorry, I'm sorry I've been mispronouncing your name. Tom is the first player also I'm seeing not going for the corner kick in the last berry off start, which is interesting because that looks quite like dangerous as well.
From what I've seen, Bob seems to be doing considerably safer strats that are more consistent than a lot of the other players we've seen so far today.
Yeah, which, like, given if chat was saying that Luca might be doing more riskier strats, that is quite an interesting matchup because...
Try fast heart.
Nice.
Okay, so that's 15-15. Use that to compare pace.
Yeah.
Okay, it does seem like Luca is ahead right now, but I don't know by how much yet.
Yeah. And Tom just getting the last few berries in this loop over here. And, oh yeah, also not doing the corner kick for that berry. So yeah, you're right about just safe, consistent strats, because that itself is also something that's quite valuable when it comes to speedrunning. Yep, goes for the safe strat at the heart as well. Alright, that's about 56.49? Sorry, 15.49.
Okay, so that's like...
Okay,
It's just over half a minute difference between the players.
yeah.
Which is pretty similar to what it was last game, I think, but the difference being that we haven't lost any berries this time.
That is true. But yeah, it is so exciting to see just like, while like safer strats are safe, like being able to do harder strats and not die or not mess up itself can result in quite a substantial lead here because 30 seconds.
Particular harder strat is unpaused second blockless.
Interesting.
It's the third try.
Oh yeah, chat mooning out. That was a gold result from Tom, so that's really well done.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they recovered all the time they lost to the density and sight.
This is making me want to run out again.
Yeah. Because especially in the early game, like the earlier matches over here where we have a bigger difference, the players who are slower are playing for two things in a way, because while they are playing to of course win, or to put it true of every player, they're also playing to just like their own best times. Which means that even if we get into a situation like last game, at some point it seems like the game's over, it's still like there is still the base between a player and their own past self.
Yeah, Luca trading a few of these berries. Hasn't backfired yet.
Yes, but also we have a lot of the games still left to go.
You know, this clip phase is kind of absurd, yeah.
Yeah. And like any of the time, just barely over 5 minutes. Or, yeah, barely over 5 minutes, I believe. 5:02. Nice. Yeah, Bridge is definitely a chapter which just like when everything goes right, it's just so satisfying.
A lot
Do
of
it,
chapters are like that in a
execute.
way.
That is true.
Celeste is just a very satisfying game to play when everything goes well.
Yeah. Right, and Tom is also finishing up here with and the time is in the green now based on their splits. So that's exciting. Let's save another
Too early to
few
say for
seconds.
certain, but Paul might have a chance at PB here.
Yep. Too early to say. I hope we don't comp scores though.
Lucas PB, according to the sheet, which might be out of date, but
Okay,
is
I believe-
741. So
I
I
believe
don't really know
Lucas-
pace enough to judge whether that's a possible PB or not, but it could be.
Yeah,
This has been some very clean exec so far.
definitely. Oh, we seem to have lost the look at stream a bit. We should have it up. And yeah, it's back. Alright, so yeah, Luca seems to be doing the more like traditional route with these berries without the RTM.
Oh, that pause was the sync timers apparently.
Oh, okay. That's quite neat. Yeah.
You know, it looks like the players are in a very similar situation right now, except for the fact they're doing different routes through starts. There's actually a bit more difference than it looks. I think very
Yeah.
count.
It's also nice because the new route being theoretically faster means that it should just, through routing itself, give Tom a potential, like, bit of time save. So means for at least a short moment, both of our players are on the same screen.
I'm not sure if this counts as a GSA or not, because they're technically not in this. Because although they're in the same rooms, they're technically not in the same place in the run. As we'll see here, because Tom will hopefully backtrack. Yep.
Yep. Alright, yep. Alright, yeah, and Tom should soon have all the berries in start and return to map. Yes, it seems like we have a difference of about sort of the first hub of depth. Which is certainly time that it's possible to lose.
Yeah, just one dropped berry towards the end of a checkpoint could swing this in favour of Tom.
Okay.
As long
Oh,
as
that's
someone
an
dropped the berry.
interesting seed. Even though you could just like land on top of the block and still do speed stuff. Very interesting.
I wasn't paying attention, but it's probably seeded berry leniency abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those that don't know, if you land on a platform while holding a strawberry seed, you don't immediately lose the seed. You lose it after, I think it's like, is it about like 7 frames or something?
I forget the exact.
If you walk off the platform during that time, you get to keep the seeded berry while retaining your dash. While
You
retaining
cannot
your dash.
jump because jumping instantly makes you lose it, but you
However,
can
you
just
can
run
you
up.
can actually jump during coyote time after walking off the platform, and it doesn't collect.
Oh really? I was not
Yeah.
aware of that. Quite interesting.
It's interesting, yeah.
And oh yeah, Tom also doing the same, but oh I suppose it's kind of like a demo hyper from the platform also works if you
Bomb
do it fast
showcasing
enough.
Bomb
Interesting.
showcasing the coyote jump there.
Ah, so that's how that. Wait, oh, okay. I see what you mean. You extend your demo hyper or extended hyper after the.
I don't think
Coyote
it was
frames.
extended. I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was just not extended. But you extend it enough to get the coyote frames in order to jump without losing the seeds.
True. Yeah, that's what I meant. Alright. And yeah, Luca here with some clean seeker movement to go into unraveling. Alright, Tom opting not to do Archie and just taking double. Just safe consistent strats again.
It's definitely interesting to see two very different playstyles play against each other.
Yeah, and like it has been working for Tom in that they haven't really taken any like significant mistakes yet, or significant time losses. Like,
I don't
of
think
course,
either
of-
player has yet. This
That-
is very
that
clean
is
for
true.
both players.
yeah, that is true. But of course, like in a race situation like this where you have one player who's doing slower, safer strats versus the other, it's like the ball is more so in the court of the player who's doing the faster strats to mess up in order to allow the other player to catch up, but even still, like Tom still needs to just do everything as well as they can. Which they certainly have been doing.
Let's go with the demo first try.
Very nice.
Yeah, Tom is keeping pace surprisingly well despite the execution disadvantage here.
Definitely. You'd have been like, the difference has been pretty consistent. In fact, like, Tom has been catching up over their own time. Yeah, I'll be excited if we can have like this like one preview over like today or tomorrow. Both players are in search now. Nice.
We're seeing some very fast rescue strats from Luca here.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see, like, at least from what I've observed, once we get to a point in the, like, in player skill where you're doing all of these, like, hard tier movement consistently, the rescue strats also seem a lot more similar between players, as opposed to further down where they can vary quite a bit, which is just also very fascinating to see. And yeah, that's nice little bit of speed gain from that dash block. Yeah, and another very clean eyeball. Luca finishing with the time in the low 8 minutes.
It's very good.
Yeah, that's very good indeed.
Tom is about the entire rescue behind.
So,
Rescue's not, it's not short, but it's honestly not as bad. It's honestly not as much of a difference as I expected.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
still
unfortunate
one painful berry loss from Luca, and this is still into Tom's favour, I think.
Yeah, like, at least until Summit, things are, like, really not set in stone at all, and even after that.
Because, yeah, dropping the last berry of pretty much any checkpoint after going into the next one is just, like, instantly, like, loads of time lost, particularly in previous checkpoints.
Tom taking a slightly safer route with this berry gets the secret balls and takes the first divergence in terms of that berry view seen today.
It's interesting to see how different people approach rescue berry.
Yeah, because there's so much that you can stun the Seeker and use the boost from the Seeker, you can just jump off the Seeker, you can just do a TO elevator.
And if you really feel like it, you can bait the Seeker into hitting the switch for you.
That is also true.
Probably not recommended in a speedrun context unless you have a setup.
Tom had a little bit of difficulty with the eyeball room with the shockwaves, but manages to make it through. And losing a bit of time to tempo, but about 20 seconds behind there. Let's. Like, oh, looks like Tom's choosing to get the 2A blue and play 6A. That's quite interesting. I suppose that's the other thing about playing 6A versus 6B is that technically you don't need to make the decision up until you get into 6A. Because like going back for the 2A blue doesn't really lose you time as opposed to getting it first, because you restart the chapter anyways. But this is quite exciting to see the first 6A we're going to be seeing in the bracket. Look at having a little bit of trouble getting through the start of 6B, which is a really hard checkpoint, but looks like they make it through.
That has definitely closed the gap a bit, but
Yeah, although
6A is also widened the gap a bit.
that is true.
So,
Well, I'm curious if the splits that Tom is up with those who are playing 6A or 6B.
I don't really know how Tom's 6A compares to the 6B, so I can't really say whether this was worth it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, got 6A while a bit longer is definitely much safer. There's like a lot fewer rooms that have costly deaths.
Seems Tom has quite a clean 6A from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, if this goes the way it's based on exec, then I'll be very interested to see the next round matches between the four players we've seen today. Because Tom versus Catman, it's really like similar times but like very different playstyles, where Catman be more like riskier with their strat selection while Tom just keeping everything safe. But also, and then while they chose to be like take things a lot safer in the first round, maybe they will like interesting to see what adaptations they might make, because they will be the ones slightly behind on execution. Of course, that's assuming this game goes based on the lead we see so far, which is definitely not a given. And I definitely don't want to imply that's a done deal.
So it's definitely interesting to think about how future runs of this could play out based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah. So yeah, and Tom making the way towards rock bottom and 6A pitch. It's one of my favorite checkpoints to just ARC because the whole checkpoint just feels like you're dancing with battle and you know you dodge a bit, then you strike, then you dodge again, then you strike again. So, yeah, we get to see some 6A hit. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm happy for it.
This 6A rock bottom is one of my favourite checkpoints as well. It's very satisfying to play well, and it's not very like dense with difficult strats either.
Yeah, definitely.
Like it's mainly just like wave dashes and hyper bunny hops for the most part.
Yeah. Alright, and Luca looking at the time of like mid 4 minutes. 440. Which is that was a really clean 6P as well.
Or missing the feather skip.
Yeah, we get to your rock bottom music. Alright, Luca makes their way to Summit. Let's see how they do with this demo, and oh, it's a similar set that Catman was doing with being get it first try.
But yeah, Luca did get off to a bit of a rough start in 6B, but the rest of it was pretty much flawless.
Yeah. Alright, Tom into the sort of second half of rock bottom. Yeah, this berry is also interesting because I think I remember seeing one of the players first game like get the berry, go back, and then come back. Maybe that was just a safety thing, but so yeah, Luca makes it over to the other side of the traffic block and gets those berries.
Incredibly clean last 6A battle in Rouge and Fon.
Yep, just finishing off checkpoint now. I'm interested to see what their 6A time's gonna end up being. Oh, it looks like they're almost around the same time in terms of their splits. It's like second and a half behind. Oh, sorry, that's 6 seconds. Alright, our players are in Summit now.
Luca taking a few fairly quick deaths to this room.
Yep, understandable. Alright, and... Yep, Tom doing the other setup for the demo.
Yeah, that's the setup I'm
Gets it
familiar
first.
with.
Yep. But hits it first try anyways. Good to see. Yeah, so the difference is about like a checkpoint and a half between our players here. Yo, like even with the stream block, it's just so interesting to see them being able to go through like the very top of a dream block just to get that minor time save in. Oh, and Tom, you're doing the double retry. So because of how the respawn points are in those rooms, you can just retry after the berry, re-enter that, and retry sends you back to the bottom. Because I think
the second retry is just faster regardless, and the first retry is technically slower if you have optimal movement.
yeah, so I think the 3 other players we've seen have all chosen not to do the first retry, but it's definitely a safe thing to go for. Did Luca do that drop through the first bottom
Oh, I
berry?
wasn't paying attention. Did Luca do one of the drops?
I saw them having a berry going into that other room. Perhaps somebody in chat can correct us. Where are we
I
gonna
was
see
scared that Luca missed a berry there, but it was actually just the gem room. I'm notorious for routing 1.5k wrong in ARP. I have lost like 3 or 4 runs to either entering the gem room or going past the berry.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sometimes like caught up going for the cassette before realizing.
Yeah, the 1.5k winged berry that we just saw Luca do is another place where Death Orb can also be used.
True.
Which again is technically slower. If your movement's not optimal, then it does actually save time.
Yeah. I won't be surprised to see Tom going for that. Oh, Tom's actually trading 2 berries here. It's interesting to see because it's somewhat different to what they've said their base also far, but it works out at the end. And yep, Luca skipping the auto-scorer first try goes into this nasty berry. Oh no, and they also secret that. I assume that's the strat that we also saw. I think was it an end I told you, which is about just beating the block at first, and yeah, as we see right now, just going above the spinners and catching up to the block later. Suppose it's slightly faster than just taking the block the whole way.
Doesn't look like it saves much time, but at this kind of level, any time save is worth it pretty much.
Yeah, struggles a little bit with that wing, but gets it third try. Okay, and oh, that's an interesting seeded order. Not one
The
we've
order I did this
yet.
season.
Oh, I see.
I did the middle one first, yeah.
Interesting.
It's
Gets it.
definitely interesting to see the different strats for seeded berry groups, though. There's considerably more different strats than I thought.
Yeah, like most of the seed room. I think the 2A seeded room, just by the nature of it, tends to be the similar movement. But all the other seeded berries, we've seen some interesting divergence.
Tom coming up to 1.5k winged berry.
Oh, sure, you can't just dash into the spring there. I'm realizing. Oh no, misses the berry by just a bit. Oh, they're struggling a bit with this berry. Like, this is one of the... Yeah, the issue sometimes it's like, you go for those like little time saves, like maybe if I can dash just a little bit sooner, I can still get the berry, and then if you don't, then you just lose so much time.
As expected, Tom does the left walk to return to the beginning.
Yep. Alright. I would pretty much be expecting Luca to go for the fast berry here as well. And yeah,
Considering Luca did the fast version of the skip for the key, yeah, no, they're probably going to go for berry because it's identical, but...
yeah, the death warps here are also interesting, which like, not doing a death warp back from the cure, the berry is technically faster if you are optimal, which I'm sure these players are fast enough to make that worth it. Oh, you go under
I
that
think
platform.
death warping back off the berry is slow because you have to collect the berry before you do the death warp.
True.
But with the key, it's often faster to do a death warp to return if your movement's not optimal.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Because it doesn't lose much time, it skips having to learn proper movements.
Well, those are some.
To this game.
There are some interesting optimizations in this one. Like 2.5k orb in itself, sort of like the wall bounces that boost from the blocks, and then like standing on top of that big right dash block at the end. God, it's just like your suit going to be reaching a point where there's not that many like really major like, time saves, but there's just so many little things that like just differentiate a really good player from a really good player.
Yeah. Both of these players have implemented all of like the major strategies so far, I think. Just the minor ones.
Yeah. And like that just goes to show like you can get this good at the game and there's still be so much more you can learn. And there's so much more you can do. Oh, that what? Okay. I'm sorry, I just was not expecting to see that. I didn't even know that was a thing, but I'm still like
Yeah, there's a dash you can do into the ceiling to reset some pixels to make it so you can always just like jump there.
Oh, so that's what
I don't know
that
exactly
was.
how it works, but
Interesting.
I've seen multiple people do it now.
Ah, okay. Suppose I just missed it the first game. I think someone in chat mentioned it as well. Uh-oh. You might need that dash crystal. Oh, backs it up nicely.
There's an upright demo into the ceiling and fast fall apparently. You can set up that.
Interesting. Yeah. Right. You don't take some quick that to a second. Well, I'm just so glad that there's a checkpoint between those two buttons in that room, just casually having to do them one
So
after
am I.
another.
I died to that second button way more than I probably should.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's not as easy as it looks. Alright. Yep, I'm also making their way through the orb room. Yep. Also plays in pretty cleanly and it's on their way to 3K. You know, Luca's got the last variant summit and it's just finishing up the chapter now. Wait, manages to not die to flag 3, very nice. And that's some good backup in flag 2, of course, losing a dash but just recovering with the neutral. And we'll be looking at maybe just barely 44 minutes or sub 44 going into course. So yeah, this did look like a 48.
Nothing disastrous happens.
Which even like a mid 48 would still be just like within a minute of their PB, which is quite a good performance.
Lucas PB is a 47-41.
Alright, Tom also seems to be...
Probably won't be being beaten here, but 48 is still absurd.
Yeah, Tom seems to be struggling a little bit with this room we were talking about earlier. Struggling quite a bit actually, unfortunately.
Remember to do the demo that time instead of regular dash?
And makes it. Oh, it's not fixed for like an actual like spike jump because of upgrade. Nice.
Yeah, for those unaware, the things that a lot of people call spike jumps aren't actually called spike jumps. The actual spike jumps are where you get pushed into the spikes get pushed into you. And
Yeah.
then you just can jump off the wall on the other side of the spike as a result of it.
bad at using the technically correct terms. I'm like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
Yeah,
time
but-
people know what you mean if you use the wrong term.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that works is due to the way that game handles operations. It like checks to see if you're overlapping the spikes, and if you're not, then it doesn't kill you. And then it pushes you due to the wind, and then it checks if you're on the floor, and if so, you can jump. So there's like on frame, plus you can buffer it, and you can jump off the floor behind the spikes if you have the correct subpixels in order for it to work.
Interesting. Alright, Luca meanwhile making their way into hot and cold. Yeah, they're going to be going for the switch here and then backtracking for the berry. Let's see how the berry goes for them. And to get it first try. Yeah, it's really fascinating to see sort of like the minor differences between the strats player use for that berry. Because the beginning seemed to be like really similar for a lot of the players, but that was a different sort of ending to what we saw players do the first game. Which, like with bumpers especially, it's just whatever's comfortable for you.
From what I've seen, it's quite common to like do a wave dash while overlapping the crystal to keep 2 dashes into the main part of the room.
Yeah, that's just something you see quite a lot in core in general. Especially like the start of core.
Based on what Isobit's saying, this probably won't be a new PB from Form.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
But they should still like finish up close enough to it. Probably like anything within like a minute of the PB with this like
Yeah, that was a nice recovery though, yeah.
definitely.
Seen 2 recoveries in Flag 2 in this game.
Flag 2 of course being sort of like infamous as one of the really chokeable flags in any percent because you're so close to finishing it up.
Flag 2.
Of course in R we have all of core left. Ooh, Luke almost getting
This
the
has the
ball
potential
down
to
the lava.
51 with a clean core.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah, I think they should be able to get a 51 here.
And it looks like a 48 from Luca.
Yeah.
At least as long as at least if you like stop taking deaths with this room. This room is This room is quite bad. I don't like this room.
So, although it like even the expected times that we see here, it's the difference between the both of our players who are CI might be very similar to their like differences in their PBs, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I can see the nerves in Luca right now.
Right. And
That sounds really weird actually.
Tom also gets the Force Berry first try. Hold on.
This might be a 49 now after those deaths happened. I think this kid still can 48.
Yeah.
After the mountain horizontal is like 110 to 115 if you play Deathless.
True. It also depends
Easily
especially
fast
how like the cassette room goes.
And I think this is still 48able, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Fon getting Barry 172.
Oh, also does this corner boost and gets the cassette first try. Yeah, this might be 48able. Like about 20 seconds for the hard.
I think it's around that way of doing Barry 172.
Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a 48 from.
Yeah, and Luca clutches out the 48.
Yeah.
GG.
Amazing performance by Luca. GG's. And
And yet again, we're about the entirety of Heart of the Mountain behind.
yep.
I'm starting to think we just watched the same game twice.
So yeah, this dub already being at a 49. This means that yeah, Luca will be taking the win in this game. So in the next round, we are going to be seeing Luca play against NN, I believe, and then Tom is going to play against Catman. And those are games in which we're gonna have a lot closer exec. And I'm really excited to see that. Particularly, the game between Tom and Catman is gonna be the game for survival, because it's gonna be the losers bracket, which means whoever loses that will get eliminated. And we have like two like I said before, really different sort of play styles, but similar-ish end times. Also, as we get, yeah.
Popcorn picking up the last berry just under 50 minutes in.
Oh yeah, also because of the way the bracket is with the seats, the more towards the middle we going in round 1, the closer the players are going to be. So especially I believe you have some games tomorrow that should be a lot more even in terms of exec.
This looks like a very comfortable 51.
Yep. Yeah, Duels vs. Wonder especially I'm looking forward to. Didn't they finish within... Yeah, they finished within like 0.2 of a second in the open stage. So, I'm definitely excited for that game.
That's like less than 10 frames.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, as it turns out, they ended up being 8th and 9th, which means their order really doesn't matter at all because of how the bracket is. But it's still interesting. Although I believe, these I remember seeing Goose getting a almost sub 50 run after that. I don't know if Wonder's PB'd since then, but anyways. That's all for tomorrow. We still have 2 more really exciting games coming up today. And we will be switching over comp soon. GG's for Tom finishing the run with the low 51.
It will be disappearing and being replaced by Isaac and Marky now. Once this
Yep.
the core's done now, yeah, okay, will be disappearing when people are ready to swap.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have the next match coming up is between Bordel and Nova, and then we're gonna have Jimmy versus Vapor.
Oh, it seems that we're not getting Isaac commentating the next match. That's sad.
That's sad.
Oh, hold on, no, we're getting Isaac. It's Marky that's possibly not appearing, depending on what's happening.
Yeah. Although I think we have enough backup commentators, it's gonna be fine. But anyways, this was really fun to watch, and we'll be taking our leave now. Good luck to all the players.
How many strawberries have we collected so far then?
4 times 175.
It's like 700, isn't it?
Yeah,
A lot of strawberries.
that is a lot of strawberries.
It's a lot of strawberries. It's gonna be over 1,000 by the end of the day.
It is. How exciting.
Anyway, if someone can tell us when we're ready to swap commentators.
Yeah. I think from the looks of it, it's probably going to be Reed and let's see
Isaac.
who else. Oh, Isaac? Wonderful. Yeah, those certainly players will have a lot more like nuanced takes on the more precise things happening.
Oh,
but
it seems Marky has sorted out their difficulties, so it looks like getting Isaac and Marky.
Alright, and with that we will be passing on the comms now. Good luck.
Bye.
Hello. We've got a bit of confusion just waiting to find out who is actually joining me on comms. But I'm sure we'll find out. Hello, Marky.
Almost alive. 1 second. That's so very stupid. Oh, I can see my desktop now.
Are you good?
I'm trying to open Discord. Oh, there we go. I am opening Discord. This is so huge.
Let's go.
There's no way, man. There's no way. Dude, I'm actually gonna kill. I'm actually gonna fucking kill my PC. It's so over.
Well, we have Vordel versus Nova coming up now as the next match. Two players who absolutely demolished their PBs in the open stage, with Vordel getting a 47-16 and Nova getting a 51-07. And we're off. Now, obviously, the most important chapter of the run, prologue. Both runners seem to be getting through pretty cleanly. And yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm 100% neutral for this match. There's no doubt about this at all.
Some unbiased commentary from Marky, as always. As both players making their way through 1A start. So Vordel is a very aggressive player. You'll see a lot of flashy strats from Vordel during the run.
I was gonna say that he dies, yeah.
Unfortunate death to that spring.
Already starting your commentators cursing. Huge.
Whereas Nova, maybe a slightly safer player, but still will be seeing some very fast strats from Nova during the run.
I was really surprised in the open stage and how hard Nova popped off.
Yeah, Nova really surprised everyone with that time, I think. And Vordel as well. Both of them improving their PBs by around 2 minutes in the open stage. Vordel with a nice Coyote B-hop there. It's a pretty hard strat, but saves a bit of time. Are we gonna see Vordel risk this berry? No, he's gonna collect it for the up demo wall bounce here. Gets it anyway. see it goes towards this berry. Ooh, just missing the spiked HCB. One of the newest strats. Very clean strat from Vodal for the winged berry. As we see Nova going for it as well. Just dashing a little bit too late there.
Taking the traffic block to just dash anyway. It's that's yeah. When you have not really done that in a while, it's just you just dash and you lose. So yeah. But also like just Nova then tries the re-enter strat and works.
So we see Vodal finishing off City. Did hit one of my favorite strats in the level with that RCB for the final berry. As Nova also cleanly getting that corner kick. Now 2A start is a checkpoint where historically runners have risked a lot in terms of not collecting the berries and just carrying them through into intervention because it's quite early in the run. And if you lose your berries, then you can reset, but in a race scenario, you can't do that, so we'll be seeing a lot more collect strats that have been labbed recently, specifically for this. Like these ones here that Birdle is doing.
Yeah, dying with berries is especially bad for, you know, I mean, I guess for both really, but like it puts even more pressure on you if you're the slower one. I guess like with the worst would be just like missing a berry towards the end of or dying with like the last start berry and intervention just ruins a lot of it.
Yeah, in a setting where players can't reset, you definitely don't want to be dropping those berries. But it is a factor that could come into play, where a runner who is ahead may drop a berry and it could flip the match on its head. But it seems like both runners here collecting all their berries, making sure they don't have to backtrack. Nova taking this one a bit further than he probably would like, but does collect it in the end. Birdle out of the battle and chase.
Hey. I finally
Nice
managed
reverse.
to We are so winning now.
We are so back.
Oh my.
Now, Birdle coming up on a wake. Will we see a Tassel Wake? He gets the delayed ultra.
And he carries it.
And he gets the whole thing. That is absolutely huge. You love to see that. That is a really, really solid 2A from Vodal.
Yeah, with
No
that
Tassel
Tassel,
Wake
just that
from Nova.
cherry on top.
Yeah. It's a lot of time save too. I know a lot of people don't think that Tassel Wake saves that much time in ARB, but it's still around 2 seconds. So it's still a very good time save to have. as Nova finishing out 2A. Total going for that pulse buffer demo. We see Nova also going for the demo. Yep, and gets it. Oh wow, okay. That's a strat from Votl there. The grounded ultra, cutscene ultra into the understrat. That's a very fast strat. And also coming up on Yasig, everyone's favorite ARB strat. Going for the new setup and gets it.
Dude. What do you mean everyone's favorite ARB? I think you're forgetting one. I will get to it.
Nova also going for Yasig, doing the pause buffered version. Cool, it doesn't quite get enough speed. Rie is definitely one of the most difficult parts of the ARB run. Ooh, Sverdl unfortunately skipping the cutscene a little too early there. But does back it up just fine. Nova also making his way through huge mess. And here we have a bit of a backtrack from Votl, going for the heart. We're gonna see Nova attempting that wall bounce up. Unfortunately, not quite getting it, but recovers just fine on the death strat. Chest's probably one of the hardest sections in Resort. The 2 berries here are surprisingly difficult. But it seems like our runners are breezing through them. Votl not quite getting that wall bounce on the way back up, but backs it up.
I mean, I feel like towers is the worst one of the backtrack and all of that.
Yeah, the backtrack is definitely difficult.
Going to grab the last huge mass berry.
Opting to take the bottom route there. It's safer. And also guarantees the berry collect, which is a berry you definitely do not want to be carrying into the next checkpoint. So we have Birdle in one of the notoriously difficult rooms. Ooh, doesn't quite get the berry. Has to go again. This room is extremely hard. Very tight cycle. Guess we're gonna see Nova coming down and doing these berries as well.
Nova definitely catching up
Nova
with all the
nails it. Dodo entering Sweet now. Ooh, goes for the grounded ultra, but not quite hitting it. That's a very tough strat. Very cleanly grabs the first berry though. One of the run ending rooms is right at the end of this chapter. Oh, the down right from Birdle. Forget he does that one. Very clean. Yeah, this room that Birdle's in right now, and he takes a death.
Yeah, you can easily death loop.
Yeah, collects the first berry. That's always good. But once you get off cycle, it's really hard to recover it. But Birdle's gonna stand there.
Take the time loss and
Yeah.
don't overdo it. Until I manage to like get it back.
Both runners leaving resort. Birdle with about a 30-second lead on the in-game timer. And entering Ridge. Yeah, we're getting a time sync. As we do have a bit of IGT desync due to difference in the FPS between these two players. Yeah, Ridge is a notoriously difficult chapter in this category. I feel like not one of the favorites in ARB. A couple of really tough strats that can really cost you. Birdle very cleanly getting the seeded berry.
People tell me that I'm coping, but I feel like the ceiling pop and up and any pistol are two different strats. Like,
they are
in the open stage. Like I always just death loop on ceiling pop, and then I play any percent and then first try it. It's weird. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe because you've been playing for longer in ARB, the fatigue gets to you. But yeah, Birdle making his way through Shrine, hitting that reverse Hyper B hop off the block. It's a very fun strat to see. Nova does collect that berry at the beginning of Shrine. Now on Nova's stream, we are going to have one of Nova's favorite strats coming up in a second.
Yeah. Take it away.
Where he exits this room by grabbing this block. He'll do a demo hyper and an ultra off of that block, and he likes to call it the spaghetti sauce. A very good strat name for a very cool looking strat. And we're gonna see a fast heart from Birdle. Gets it first try. You don't like to see people missing fast heart because you can loop into missing it a few times, but Votl gets it first try.
Tia, you know already what's coming. You know what to sign up for.
And we have Nova choosing to take the block for the heart here. Bit safer. Will cost around 4 seconds, but you don't risk wasting a bunch of time missing the strat.
Yeah, see?
As Nova
Ceiling pop is the
not
first
quite
strat
getting
up.
the ceiling pop. Gets it second try though. And Votl hitting that very difficult strat at the end of that long room and old trail with the berry right at the end. Are we gonna see a first try second blockless? Of course we are. Votl nails it.
It's just too easy, man. For both of them, obviously.
The guy does not miss.
Unless.
Second blockless. Doesn't miss second blockless.
Oh, alright.
Yeah. So entering probably the most annoying berry, but not gonna go for the gambling strat. That is very based. Ooh, doesn't quite get that berry there, as we see Nova going for pause, second blockless, and gets it first try. Ooh, though not quite hitting the funny bubble strat there. To face a very fast-paced section, very easy to make mistakes in this checkpoint. They're not quite getting the double super there, but recovers it well and gets that berry collected, which is the most important thing. As Votl exits Ridge.
Oh. Misdirects the bubble. Ouch.
I don't think we'll be seeing any of the RTM route from these players. I think they are both doing the old route here. Unless some things have changed.
Yeah, no.
We see Votl definitely going for the old route. Keeping his IL validation intact. But giving up maybe a second and a half.
I mean, for these players, probably like for the last week, it's been more about getting more consistent.
Yeah, definitely.
Also practicing certain collect strats. Because if you don't do them regularly, you just mess up.
Nova also going down first. Not going for the RTM route.
That's the restreamer definitely appreciates that, I think. Not having to worry about RTMs at this point.
Cool, Vottle taking this berry through here. Is gonna collect it there. Bit of a risky one, but not too bad to go back for if you do end up dropping it. Looks like Vottle getting a very solid 5A start here with 205. Gets that nice demo into the bubble for the corner boost exit there. And you see the not DCB route coming out. Going for the safer route. It will probably save you time on average because DCB is hard.
Oh yeah. Maybe it will play a role later on in the bracket, but for now it's not really necessary, I guess.
Yeah, going for the DCB route is more of a swag decision than a time save one. For the most part, it is a very small time save for increasing the difficulty by a lot. Cool, little not quite getting up with that up dash there, but gets a second try.
No, we're not
Pretty
getting...
tight dash.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nova's struggling a bit with the
seated
suits.
room. Seated
Gets it.
berry. It's so over. Let's save and quit. It's
Go for that
so
small
over.
time save. As Vertle's 5A pace is probably not what he would want, but it's absolutely not bad. But for Vertle's standards, he's always looking for the best. As Nova entering the Seeker cutscene, it's always very scary going into that Seeker cutscene because it's easy to get caught out by the fact that the cutscene opens slower than in 5B. So if you're used to playing any percent and you play 5B, it's quite easy to accidentally skip the cutscene too early and to go all the way back up.
Oh yeah, I've done that plenty of times in the open stage.
So that looked like a very clean final run from Vottle in Unraveling. Now I think Vottle is a player who goes for the Search Delayed Ultra. So we'll see if he's able to pull that one off. It's always a flashy strat. I think it's absolutely crazy to go for it, but Vottle does not care. Goes for it once. Not quite. as Nova makes his way through the final rooms of Unraveling here. Unraveling is such a tricky checkpoint because one thing goes wrong, Seeker's out of position, and you have to find a completely new way to beat the room. Welcome in, Raiders. Join us in the middle of a exciting match. As Votle's pace looking to be around 8-1x kind of pace, if you can get a good rescue here.
I think Nova was also going for the delayed ultra. That's also missed it.
No, Bodle has some very clean rescue strats. Going for that POV to there, not quite grabbing onto the wall. But will make it through just fine. Can he get the late coyote jump there? Yes, into the upright. Very clean. And the eyeball room, one of the most difficult rooms in the level. And he gets it extremely cleanly. That was a very good rescue from Vottle. As we see Nova about to enter rescue in the final room of Search. I didn't quite see Vottle's temple exit there. But it looks to be a high 26, that's very solid. It's Nova making his way through rescue as well. Gonna wait for the Seeker. Ooh, doesn't quite get the bonk, but gets a second try. Recovers it. Very nicely done. As on Votel's side, we're gonna be seeing a Revo's nonsense attempt in a second. As Nova goes through the eyeball room. Gets it done. Votel with the Revo's nonsense, very clean. You'll love to see that. As he enters 6B. What are your thoughts on 6B, Marky?
I am dreading learning it, but it has to be done.
It is a big time save, but very difficult chapter.
I mean, you either win, you either gain time, or you just throw the entire run.
Yeah, that is often how it goes with 6B, because the deaths are very punishing.
It is. There's only two ways this goes. Either you have a good 6B, or you just lose 3 minutes.
I'm wondering what kind of falling section strats we're going to be seeing from Votel here. As we're also going to be getting a fast cassette from Nova. I believe we're going to get a paused sensibility here. Ooh, just doing the down left a bit too early there. A good attempt though. Is Votel going for 5 diags? Of course he is, and gets his second try. So you get a Kevin reset as well. Saving time by getting that down left dash. Very clean strats from Vodal here. So we're getting a quick resync on Nova's side. And now he will play 6B as well. Vodal with the feather down left. Very difficult strat, but gets it just a bit too low on that demo. Nova, I know, not really a fan of 6B, but he pushed through it. Kept it in the run, despite making it very clear to me that he wanted to play 6A. But here he is, in 6B.
Proud of him.
Who is a fan of 6B? I'm a fan of 6B. I like 6B. I'll be the 6B enjoyer. Vodal entering the feather skip room. Gets the reverse ultra. That's one of my favorite strats in 6B. It's Nova in the full link section. Go for a safer 2 diags there in the first room. Very clean strat. We're gonna have Vodal coming up on Reprieve multi-boost. One of my least favorite strats, because it sucks. Gets onto Kevin cleanly. Very clean from Vodal. This is looking to be a very clean 6B so far. Gets that clean bumper hit. And cleanly gets through there. That was a very fast bumper hit there from Vodal. So we see Nova going for the demo in the full link section and nails it. Oh, it just takes a death at the end there. That's not my fault. Don't blame me for that.
I want. It goes from bad to worse.
Should we just focus on Vodal for a second? He's finishing out.
Yeah, we're putting too much pressure on Nova. He's made it out. Okay. Oh, we're good.
Vodal in the heart room. Oh, doesn't quite get that bumper hit. Was looking to be a low mid 4-1x, but looks like it's gonna be a low 2x instead. Still a very solid time in 6B. Nova entering the battle and fight. Are we gonna see a clean feather skip from Nova? Nope. I think he had to climb up a bit on the platform, but backs it up very cleanly. Now Vodal in my favorite chapter, the Summit.
I mean, so far this run from Vodal has been really well done.
Yeah, very clean run so far. Looking to be on pace for a 47 or 48 in this run.
Obviously mistakes here and there, but you know, it's a long category, so you will make mistakes at some point.
Like that one right there.
Yeah. It's like you know, what I mean, you know.
Ooh, goes for that coyote jump strat for the winged berry there. It's a tough one. Oh, just bonking on head of that transition wall bounce strat after the boosted corner boost. And Nova's playing pinball.
And he got perched. Oh,
Ooh, just clipping the spinner at the end there.
yeah, this from on left edge.
Birdle grabbing my berry. That's my
Isaac Berry, yeah, huge.
It gets it cleanly. Doesn't do the Isaac. It's Nova in the hot room now. Just misses that corner boost. Gets the back up there.
And Nova is out of there.
Probably not the 6-speed that Nova was looking for, but it's a rough chapter. It's very easy to death loop in 6B. And a solid run from Nova. Overall here. So we're gonna see him going for the 0 meter demo here. Goes with the fast setup and gets it cleanly. You love to see that. Is approaching one of the maybe the most difficult checkpoint in the run. 1500 meters is full of tight cycles here.
And banger strats.
As we're gonna see Birdle miss the turnaround climb jump there, but now we're gonna see the right arrow strat.
Yeah.
Just hold right the whole time. Demo through the dust bunnies twice.
Oh, and dies.
Yeah, it gets the normal Nero berry first try.
Yeah,
we don't
first
talk about what happened.
Yeah, we don't. Never happened.
Cool. This is one of the most difficult rooms here. The Vuddle's in a very tight cycle. Up left demo through there. Reset your dash up there. Clean wall bounce into the double right down right setup for the demo. You love to see it. And even more demos coming up. As Vuddle sets up the left arrow strat with all 3 demos to the left. Ooh, Nova just taking a death there. This is a very difficult berry. Going for that corner kick strat into the spring there. Vuddle cleanly collects the winged berry.
Nova also getting Isaac berry.
Successfully not doing an Isaac. You love to see it. Nova is actually a bit of a 1K specialist. He has an extremely fast 1000 meters in any percent and ARB. He loves to go for all the most difficult strats here.
I don't even know why.
You see Birdle doing the vertical auto scroll. Had a bit of a shaky start, but manages to recover it and will not lose any time. Because, well, it's an auto-scroller.
Nova gets the berry.
Nova does realize that the berry's been dropped and goes back and gets it. Birdle going for the really fast seeded berry strat. You love to see that. I heard everybody loves that strat. Nova now entering 1500 meters. See if he can get through here cleanly. Going for the single demo. Very clean. And what strat are we going to see here?
We're gonna see it.
We're going to see a pause. Pause, Terra drop there. From Nova.
Definitely having an easier time with this. With Terra drop than what I did.
Turtle going for this tight berry wall bounce there to skip the bubble, gets it cleanly, and Nova getting the triple demo. One of the new strats coming out recently during this, well, it's been a while now, but it's one of the newer strats, and it's a very fun one to see.
Grabbing all the berries and making his way into 3k.
Looking like a pretty good summit here from Vodal so far. GT Nova in 2000 meters here. What are we gonna see from Nova in the vertical auto scroller? See a hyper B hop, the up demo, gets it cleanly. You love to see it. Just missing that corner boost there, but we'll re-enter the room. As we have Vertal coming up on this little spike jump right here.
I know we're having a bit of trouble with that winged berry, but gets it in the end.
And gets the seeded berry very cleanly. Okay, I think he got a bit scared there when he didn't collect that berry, but managed to collect it and get out without dying. Well recovered from Nova. Does anyone know how that spike jump works? I don't know exactly, but the downwind allows it to happen. And all I know is you do an upright demo into the ceiling, make sure you bonk. If you fast fall all the way and buffer jump when you reach the ground, you will jump off the ground, off the spikes. And Gonna get a flag for demo attempt from Viertel, gets through. Sometimes that strat just goes wrong, and you have no idea why, but... Oh, going for the flag 3 demo.
He's gonna do it again, right?
Too far.
Yeah.
No, doesn't go for it again. Got the demo though.
He did not do it again. But it's a nice try. It's a good effort. Trying to give us some content.
He did not quite save the run, but it was close. As he exits Summit with a 43.51, a very solid pace that could definitely be a 47 here for Viertel if he can get a clean core. As Nova just about to enter 3K. Now, Core is my absolute favorite chapter, as I'm sure many people know. Love this level. That's a lie, by the way.
For 1 second, I got concerned. Is this still Isaac thing? Oh, we're good. We're good. All right.
Viertel doing the ice skip. Just about avoids that fireball cleanly. Gets the ice skip. Ooh, just about messed up the conveyor wall bounce, but gets through. We all know Isaac's favorite level is 4B. That's also not true. Anyway, Viertel going up on the lava skip here. Oh, doesn't quite get around. Onto the wall. Goes for it again. And gets it this time. We get the wall bounce for 172, but gets a nice backup. It's Nova making his way through 3K. So just missing that dash crystal on the Hyper B hop, but backs it up nicely. Squeezes in before that fireball gets him. A left side strat from Nova, oh, from Viertel, sorry. That's a very tough strat. But Viertel makes it look easy. As Nova coming up on the flag 4 demo. Gets the any percent demo, gets the op demo, and gets out with the berry. No flag 3 demo attempt from Nova.
I was gonna say that. No flag 3 demo.
You love to see it.
Not saving the run.
Viertel officially has 175 red berries.
I love how I now find out that the downwind spike jumps up sub-pixel dependent. So
Yeah, it doesn't just work every time, unfortunately.
that makes the spike jump in my sub 30 even more funny. When I think about it, just won it because RNG, essentially. That's crazy.
Viertel coming up on the cassette room. I know he likes to go for a very Very fast strat here. Will he get it? He absolutely nails it. And then save and quits to ruin everything.
Oh,
Unbelievable. Never mind. So Nova's doing the ice skip here.
and gets it huge.
And Viertel gets the ultras into the heart. Finishes with a 48.04. A very good run from Viertel. GG.
GG.
As we switch our attention back to Nova. Will we see fire skip? No, we're gonna get the switch, go into this room, get this switch, and then come back.
A great showing from Viertel, really showing us why he's one of the highest seeds in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. That beats his PB from before the open stage by quite a lot. Obviously, he absolutely demolished his PB in the open stage, but it's a very solid run from Viertel.
Oh yeah,
Nova
just pulling out a 48 in tournament setting is...
And a low 48 as well, very close to a 47. It's Nova entering the vertical heart of the mountain section. We're gonna see a right side from Nova. Very comfy right side. Didn't quite get the wall bounce early enough there to continue the wall bounce chain, but manages to back it up. That's one of Nova's new strats, I think, when he does that wall bounce around the fireball there. A Nova original. At least I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. Are we gonna see a lava wall bounce? No lava wall bounce from Nova, but gets through cleanly.
Sev, we don't talk about it.
Oh, hits the switch before the ice ball there. That's an interesting one. Okay, he's gonna have to take the block there, but that's fine. Cleanly gets through in the end. Saves his dash here so he can do the ultra. Doesn't quite get that. Ooh. Unfortunate mistake there, but we'll get it on the next attempt. Weaving his way with the feather through into the cassette room. We'll go for the all-reliable cycle here. Unfortunate death there, but can re-enter, go again. Just about makes it a fireball.
Right.
Into the heart room. Can we see some clean ultras? Ooh, just misses the last platform, but not too much time loss. And he finishes out with a 52-23. GG to both runners.
Absolutely massive. And yeah, that's just really a solid showing from Vettel and also a solid showing from Nova at the same time. Thus, Vettel makes it to winners round 2 and Nova falls to the loser bracket. And this is the good thing. This is double elim. Woo! Let's go! Double elim!
Yep. Both our runners
I love
will
it.
still be in the tournament. Nova will have another life in the lower bracket as Vordel will move on to play the winner of this next match, Jimmy versus Vapo.
Oh yeah, and that's it for me for comms for today. So yeah, Isaac, I will good luck on the next match. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for commentating with me.
Yeah, same. All right. See you later, nerds.
So, that was a great match. And joining me for the next match, I believe we will have the wonderful Prof. And look who it is.
Good morning, Celeste community and Isaac Tay.
Good morning, Prof. How are you doing today?
I am excellent. It isn't technically morning here, but it's my morning, so good morning.
It's always morning.
It always can be.
If
I'm
you
looking
want it
forward
to
to
be
this
morning.
match.
Yeah, it
They
should
were
be a good one.
pretty close to each other as of Strawberry Showdown. Because I was just checking the leaderboard before jumping in here from before, and Vapo came out with a 49 flat and Jimmy Clyde with a 50-51, so that's still within range for a race to be pretty close here, depending how things go.
Yeah, definitely. Anything can happen in an ARB race. You see a dropped berry.
And let's see, was that Jimmy's actual? No, Jimmy Clyde's actual PB is 49.37, so he has higher potential than what he was managing in the showdown for open stage. So it could be even better then, hopefully. I know Vapo's
I did not
renowned
realize-
though as a consistency player, so I'm sure that will pay off for races.
Vapo is a very consistent player. It looks like both our players are ready to go. And off we go.
And for your favorite chapter. Can you even call this a chapter?
Yes.
Okay, alright.
Yes, you can.
In the name of Isaac Tay, Prologue King. Prologue can be a chapter even though it's chapter 0.
Prologue is important. You don't want to be wasting unnecessary time here. Especially in a race setting, you don't want to be making any mistakes in prologue.
I would never do such a thing.
I don't think you've ever made a mistake in prologue.
Never. Pretty clean for both of these runners as well. I didn't see any mistakes really, just taking it nice and easy across the bridge.
Yep, love to see that. Now, Jimmy, I think, is a bit of a risky player. Very aggressive with the strats. There's Vapo, more of a consistency player.
Yeah, it leaves for some good opportunities for back and forth, and we already get Jimmy accidentally hitting a wall kick and hitting the spikes up there on that top left berry and start here, so we're getting about a 5-second difference already at the start.
And both runners choosing to grab the first crossing berry straight away instead of waiting until after the rest of the chapter. I think I might be the only one who does that.
Not the only one, I'm sure if we had,
I
well,
stole it from
only one in this
Ryu,
competition
actually.
perhaps. Yeah, shoutouts to Ryunata for finding some alternatives there. It's nice having more options. Vapo getting the part strat with no trouble. Jimmy as well.
Batman did it earlier. Oh, that's huge.
Yo. Love to see it. Not the only one.
Did Jimmy get that hard? Okay, good.
That would be a really tragic, immediate time loss if somebody accidentally saving quits on the heart a little bit too early. But thankfully, it's not like Resort, where if you do it, that's practically a run killer, having to do all of Huge Mess over again.
We'll hope to not see anyone doing that for the Resort heart. But I think if you do that for the Resort heart, you're probably better off just going with the 2A heart instead. At that point.
Yeah, it is actually just going to be faster than that, because even just thinking of Mess Hub 1 after re-entering the checkpoint, you're still only going to have like 15, 16 seconds even getting back to towels, and that's almost the same time it takes getting to a heart.
Both runners choosing to carry a berry into the last room of crossing there, but both players not choosing to go for the up demo wall bounce, as Vapo actually going to the end of City first here. Instead of
Vapo's been clean almost the whole time. I don't think I've seen any major mistake from him. If anything, maybe a few small movement mistakes, but I didn't notice a death, at least.
Yeah, Vapo choosing to do these berries, like the RTM berries at the end here, despite getting the first RTM berry on the way. Interesting choice from Vapo there.
Yeah, wondering why. Everybody has their rat preferences, though.
Sure, yeah. Jimmy finishes up City.
We saw 329 from Jimmy there, and Vapo getting these last few berries at about 324. So yeah, still held that 5-second difference we saw at a start.
Very solid from both runners.
Entering 2A here, I'm wondering what we'll see in terms of berry collection differences going on. I would expect to see Jimmy going for more aggressive strats versus Vapo not collecting typically, but that I was proved otherwise when watching the open stage, because I'm pretty sure Vapo was going into intervention with almost 3 or 4 berries. So
Yeah,
I'm curious
we'll
if that'll happen again.
see if we have a bit of a different mentality coming from Vapo in these bracket races. Does collect that berry there. You definitely don't want to see berries being dropped. But Vapo is carrying 3 berries right now and is not collecting. That was scary. Jimmy also has 2, but chooses to collect one of them.
Oh yeah, Vapo's stopping to collect a lot on the exit of that room heading up to the top here, so gonna be taking it a little bit more carefully in the actual bracket stage as opposed to open stage.
Both runners going into intervention with 0 berries behind them. You love to see it.
Intervention looking to be smooth and steady so far for both of them. Jimmy holding only basically a second of a lead here.
Jimmy seems to be pulling ahead a bit through some faster strats. Still a very close race at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely playing a little bit more aggressively than Vapo, but has been having a couple stumbles on movement, so they are still only right next to each other practically, only a second or so apart. Outside is known to be basically the easiest chapter in All Red Berries, so not too unexpected for this to go pretty smoothly for both of them. It does.
Yeah, for sure.
It is a comforting setting the pace sort of thing, having Old Sight go well. Because if Old Sight's already not going well, then that can feel a little bit bad on mental for the run.
Yeah, especially with Resort coming up next. Being a very
Jimmy coming
punishing
into the
chapter.
end. Oh yeah. Jimmy finishing about 6:26 and Vapo at about 6:29. So 3-second difference made by the end of the chapter there, but that's still basically neck and neck.
Jimmy has swung the lead in his favor. Jimmy does have a very fast Resort IL time.
I'm going for the wall boost there, but not quite getting it in the way he wanted to. Wall boost a little bit early. Vapo also made a slight mistake though through the transition there going for that berry, so both of them had a little bit of stumble in the first one here. Jimmy also getting the pause buffer demo there. Not quite getting his dash back on the reverse super up on the top here though.
Vapo choosing not to go for the demo.
Jimmy having a little bit of trouble getting up to the top berry here on that first platform. Did an upright demo trying to land on it really quick, but was a little too low. Had to retry there real quick. Getting the understrat though in the room right after that Oshiro cutscene.
Fortunately, seems like we've lost Vapo, but I'm sure we'll get him back soon. Meanwhile, Jimmy entering this long berry room here before the Yasig coming up. Goes for the new setup and nails it.
Incredible. The new setup looks pretty cool, and I don't know how people feel about it, if it's comfy or not, but the fact that it's about the same time is nice.
But it does avoid that 1-frame jump, which is very nice. The inputs are very tight.
Yeah, it helps you avoid the need to pause buffer if you're trying to go for the tiny jump.
And we have Vapo back.
Well, let's check in on the time here. We got Jimmy hitting the Oshiro cutscene in the center of Mess Hub there at about 8:52, I think that was. So Vapo's looking to be about 10 or 11 seconds behind now. Oh, but Jimmy immediately having to retry on the wing.
Bit of a chance for Vapo to catch up now. Jimmy getting
I'm liking that it's
bounce.
close all the way through to this point though, at the very least. Hoping it'll stay that way through into some of the later chapters.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Jimmy dashing a little bit too early on the backtrack there, but backs it up nicely. Ooh, just misses the platform there though. Vapo gets the wall bounce first try. And the gap has closed.
Let's watch to see if we get any heart text here from Jimmy. Surely. Okay. Relieving as always.
And Vapo as well.
No early save and quits here. Nice little corner kick there from Jimmy going into the final room of boxes. Or books, rather. Got my checkpoint portions mixed up there.
Now in boxes. Gets that little corner boost there. Vapo going for the hyper off the first pillar. Jimmy Clay getting a very clean cycle for the second chest berry.
Yeah, that looked really nice. Getting a really low corner boost on the exit too.
Vapo just
Vapo
getting
had
clipped
trouble.
by that dust bunny.
Yeah, so Jimmy's lead is growing bit by bit with what looks to be a few more mistakes from Vapo than Jimmy. I heard mentioned earlier in chat that Resort Arb is Jimmy's favorite chapter of the run. So
That
him
does
pulling
not
ahead a little
surprise
bit
me,
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Him pulling
believe,
ahead here a little bit is not too much of a surprise.
yeah, I believe Jimmy does have a 548 in this chapter, which is very, very fast.
That is incredibly good for a 49.37 PB. Wow.
Yeah, pretty big death there though, as Vapo gets a bit mixed up in the coin room. Classic. We dashed slightly too early and just missed the coin, but backs it up nicely.
Yeah, so we have them about 8 seconds or so apart right now, heading into the second half of Elevator Shaft.
We're gonna get a clean double berry room. Looks like it from Jimmy. And Vapo going for a slightly different strat. Ooh, has to go back and grab that berry, but does make it through.
Jimmy with that nice pause buffered hyper demo. Doesn't land the corner boost in the next room though, so has to take a slightly slower cycle through here. But makes it through the end of Elevator Shaft, getting there at about 12:06. That'll make Vapo about 11 seconds behind him with this last checkpoint.
Both runners into Sweet, which I think is one of the hardest checkpoints in the run. Has some very punishing deaths that you can take here.
Yeah, especially the final
End
room.
of off cycle. Yeah.
The fact that you have 2 berries at different points and all these cycles going on in the rooms, meaning that if you ever have to start over from the beginning with only like 1 berry or both berries or neither, it's a lot of death cycles to try and keep track of. Jimmy with
Yeah.
no incident though.
Jimmy
What was the aisle
cleanly
time
making
on that?
through. Looks like a
6:27?
6:27.
Very solid for a race.
Vapo getting a 6:39. So Jimmy pulling ahead a bit more there.
Again though, that was Jimmy's favorite chapter of the run. So hopefully we'll see a bit more Vapo comeback incoming, but again, who knows how good Jimmy's next few chapters will be. The lead could increase even more from here.
Jimmy actually with a sub 13 resort exit there. It's very solid. Very good to see in this race here. Vapo with a low 13. But as with every single chapter in this run, you can take punishing deaths anywhere.
Jimmy going for the fastest version of that seated strat and hits it perfectly cleanly. I don't even think I've actually seen that corner kick turnaround at the beginning.
Gets that block boosted hyper corner boost in the first room.
I think that setup, if I'm not mistaken, is also courtesy of Vapo, so happens to be
gets the
using
block
the strat of his direct competitor in this moment.
Vapo not going for it.
Oh, Jimmy having to backtrack a little bit there to set up that corner kick again. Didn't want to go for the auto scroller block.
See what strat we get for this berry coming up. Oh, looked like he was going for the hardest one there. Goes for it again. time, decides to take the block. It's a very
Yeah.
tough strat.
Oh, and this is the exit normally. He has to do a
I
crazy
saved
backup on a couple spike jumps. Making his way out safely though in the end.
And
That
I
was
give
wild.
a chance to catch up. But that is a fantastic save from Jimmy.
We're definitely going to be pulling a little bit closer here with
first
Jimmy
try
getting
fast start.
art. Yeah, first try fast start coming out at 15:23 there. Vapo looking to be about 12 seconds behind them. Yeah, just about a 12-second difference for the two of them here.
Both getting the fast start first try though. And both getting the ceiling pop as well. Jimmy choosing to take the block all the way to this berry.
It's
And
the reverse
Vapo
hyper B-hop on the cloud though.
And are we gonna see a second blockless coming out from Jimmy here?
Having to get that berry first, just struggling on that for a couple deaths.
Goes for half walls and gets it.
Very nicely done. Oh, immediately hypering into the void in the next room, unfortunately. Vapo, meanwhile, failing a pause second blockless attempt, unfortunately, and looks to be taking the block as a backup. So I think that will make a pretty significant difference and make up for Jimmy's small deaths here and there. As he's going into cliff face at about 17:06, it looked like.
Yep.
The Vapo's looking to be over 15, maybe even 20 seconds behind at this point.
It's gonna be a 17:23. Is that a
Just about a 17-second
like
difference.
grab the wall pixel setup for that corner boost from Vapo? That was, I don't think I've seen that one before.
Yeah, I saw a couple uses of that in the open stage of the Strawberry Showdown, but I also had not seen the strat before then.
Be a nice way to make sure you get the good speed from the corner boost. And Jimmy is flying through clip face here. Jimmy is flying through clip face here. And he gets through cleanly with an 18:08 exit.
Vapo's still not too far behind in the grand scheme of things here, finishing up with an 18:26. There's still a lot more ARB to go, given that this is only about a third of the round they're through now. But that is an 18-second or so lead we have from Jimmy.
Jimmy doing some B-hops there. Didn't quite get the strat that he was going for.
I'm wondering, has Vapo been going for the new route, are you aware? Because it looks like Jimmy's already
I
not going to be
I've
aiming
not
for that.
seen Vapo's runs, but I don't think Vapo's been updating strats very much, so I would assume no. But we could be wrong. No,
Oh.
I am wrong. Vapo is going for it.
Nice little routing difference then coming out in 5 ARB start here. But with Vapo taking the top berries first and is going to enter depths with the intent of going back for the bottom berries afterward. Hopefully we don't see the same mistake that I heard happen a couple times though with people accidentally going too far into the depths
Yeah.
checkpoint and getting locked out.
That's a big time loss.
changes what intends to be a couple seconds saved into, what, 10 to 15 lost all in one sudden moment.
Yeah, it's not a good one to, not a good mistake to make, but hopefully we won't see that here. I'm assuming if Vapo's going for this in a race, he feels confident. But
Nice little grab to safely grab that berry and fall down below afterward. Will he get back out of depths just fine?
and
Okay,
he
going for the immediate
manages to
release.
return. The good thing is, at least it's not on a transition where there's a light change, because that happens in the room before.
Oh yeah, that would make muscle memory feel so awkward.
I feel like we'd see a lot more people getting locked out if there was the light change.
We had Jimmy exiting the first top berry of depths there at, what was that, about? I lost track of the time already. I think he entered the depths checkpoint about 2015 though. So Vapo after his RTM here, we'll see what the time's shaping out to be, and it looks to be about 20 seconds difference now, so Jimmy acquiring a couple more seconds of lead here in a 5-arb start.
Once again, we see neither player going for the DCB route, which I think is a great choice.
Very sensible, I'd say. Because it saves only, what, like 0.4 seconds if you do it all
Something
very
around
well, and then also land a good corner boost on DCB. Because, like, the speed
Yeah.
difference matters for that. Yeah, it just seems like a lot of effort for very, very little. And what sounds like more often than not will not be time save. Because you do have to hit DCB at the end, and that's like a 2-frame trick. Oh, Vapo accidentally missing the middle seed.
Jimmy coming up on this little skip here. Nails it. Gets that tight up dash. The demo into the bubble.
Archimedes. Jimmy now heading up into through the mirror portion there. Well, into unraveling, but going through the mirror to get there.
Yeah.
Maybe not gonna be mixing up my mirror checkpoints here, surely not. That's a 2250 right there. So Vapo, a few rooms behind that, is gonna be looking to be even more of a lead heading Jimmy's way.
Jimmy is playing very well right now. Going for these risky strats, but not making many mistakes. See a very nice wall bounce there from Jimmy to bait the Seeker into that
Vapo,
wall.
27 seconds behind heading into unraveling.
Definitely possible to make that back up, but Jimmy is absolutely zooming right now.
Yeah, there aren't, after Jimmy gets to unraveling here, there aren't many major long deaths that can happen in search, but rescue could be a total crapshoot for big mistakes. We'll have to see how that checkpoint goes.
See if either of these runners get caught out by the eyeball room.
That's never a fun one. Probably
It's
one of the
just-
most annoying things to mess up, just getting pushed wave after wave back if you don't land your
Yeah.
strat the first time through.
It's taunting because you don't die, but
Oh, and Jimmy getting the delayed ultra strat there, saving about a second. Really love to see that. Loses it right back in this next room with the Seeker though, unfortunately.
that's a very
The awkward
impressive
tiny
strat.
pillars.
That delayed ultra is very tight and makes it even harder that the camera's messed up because of the demo at the top.
Yeah, you got the camera like way above you, but you're having to try and land and hit a 2-frame window for a corner boost. And still get a solid jump timing afterward. Very cool seeing that strat pull through.
Unfortunate death there from Jimmy. The Seeker is notoriously annoying.
Is that the one that Uni nicknamed Ralph?
Yes, I believe so.
On a 25-35 entry into rescue for Jimmy. Vapo's still a couple rooms behind, but I think has managed to close that gap a little bit from what it was before. We'll have to see how that plays out for the last couple rooms of search.
Wondering what rescue strats are we going to see from these runners.
Yeah, I think I'm
Jimmy
mistaken,
got this
actually.
very difficult berry strat here.
There was still about a 27-second difference between Jimmy and Vapo as Vapo entered rescue here. And Jimmy looking to hold that lead with what seems to be pretty clean rescue throughout so far. But again, eyeball room can be a pretty significant chunk at the end here if something goes wrong. Hoping for the best.
And nails it. Wow. Jimmy is on an incredible pace right now. 26:39.
He's killing
coming
it.
out of Temple. That's a very, very fast pace. This is what you'd expect from like a 47 kind of run. So we'll see if Jimmy can keep that up. Vapo also not too far behind here. Having a bit of a stumble in the eyeball room, but gets through with a low 27 exit, 27:08.
Yeah, so the time difference climbing to about 29 seconds now. But we have the most infamous chapter in all of All Red Berries coming up here.
The one with no berries. Yes, 6A is the most infamous chapter. Of course.
Has Vapo been playing 6A? Surely not, because he didn't grab the 2A
I
card
believe
yet.
Vapo will be playing 6B, yes.
I think so as well. Would be a very big chunk to not be taking it just because of that 2A heart 20 seconds or so. So surely we'll get both of them going for 6B here. And Jimmy already going for the cassette. Didn't get a very good entry. Not quite managing to back it up. Having to try again here. So that gap could be closing a little bit in Vapo's favor right now.
Gets the cassette at 27:52. Oh, Vapo somehow got a corner boost there instead of landing on the block, I think. But does recover it more cleanly. It's the cassette at 28:15, I think. And that gap has been closed a little bit. But anything can happen in 6B.
The great equalizer reflection B-side. Can I get a hey ya in chat? I think out of everything in 6B, the part that's the most fun for me to watch in particular is the falling checkpoint.
Yeah,
Reflection.
me too.
Yeah, because like, there's just nothing else in the game that's like it. I've mentioned it a couple times in the past, but there's no other segment of the game except for the first room of like 5B's falling chapter, like through the mirror there. There's nothing else in the game quite like all this falling movement back to back to back.
Seeing quite a few diagonal dashes from Jimmy, playing very aggressively. Vapo also going for the 2 diags there.
Jimmy trying to hold that fastball all the way through that room, but dying on the first pass. Wasn't too long of a death though. Oh, getting another quick death. Speaking of that room. Ah, and yet another. I feel like if this trend sort of continues in falling here, the lead could change back in Vapo's favor relatively quickly, just because there's potential for longer deaths in almost this entire chapter.
Yeah, it's very easy to take one death here and then keep taking more. But sometimes it's a bit hard to adjust from your entry strat to a death strat. Positioning is a little different.
And Vapo also taking a quick death in that second last falling room, as well as the final one in the demo room here.
Makes it through this time.
And no complete meltdowns for either player. Probably roughly equivalent time losses though.
Getting a feather skip on Jimmy's screen there. Hits it very cleanly. Ooh, takes a death in the coin room though. Luckily at the start, you don't want to be taking a death at the end of this room. So that's a big time loss. As we see Jimmy avoiding the death. Vapo takes the feather. Another small death for Jimmy.
Oh, a couple in this final room of rock bottom here. Getting a few in a row. And a save and quit. Maybe that's for mental. Getting a bit of nerves going on here.
I think that might be
Jimmy's side.
A mental. Because Vapo has pretty much caught up now. His IGT will be a little bit ahead because of the save and quit, but the gap has definitely closed. Jimmy's still slightly ahead, maybe by about 7 or 8 seconds, but with another death there.
Vapo's consistency is definitely playing to his favor at this point in 6B.
As you said earlier, the great equalizer.
Oh yeah.
6B strikes again.
Yeah, I expect by the end of this chapter, I think even that Vapo's going to be ahead somewhat.
Yeah, he looks to have pulled away a bit.
I don't think he's quite ahead in terms of the IGT. I think there's still about 5 or so seconds in Jimmy's favor, but
yeah,
I don't know. It was falling apart a little bit before. If he manages to play the rest of this well.
Awesome. Oh, definitely.
Never mind.
Smaller
Relatively
death
long
for Jimmy.
ones, too.
Jimmy's still slightly ahead, but this gap has closed a lot in 6B. Jimmy backs that up. Let's both make it through. It's a very close race now.
Yeah, 10-second difference is what we've taken it down to after Jimmy running into a lot of trouble there at the end of rock bottom. hoping to resync the game time here in Summit though, so we can get a better idea of how far apart these winners actually are.
Clean demo there from Jimmy.
Vapo getting the pixel lineup as well, without much incident there.
Small death from Jimmy in this double berry room. Still keeps the lead. But we have a very close race coming at the Summit. While it wasn't the best 6B from Jimmy, he was on a very, very good pace going into Reflection. So the fact that Vapo is still there, both of our runners here are playing extremely well.
Why do you think they named the last checkpoint of 6B Reprieve? I mean, it seems as brutal as the rest of them to me. I guess you get a single room reprieve from having to fight Battle End, but come on. It's the most brutal portion right after that.
I think it's supposed to, like, line up with Resolution, but the gameplay certainly doesn't do that.
Certainly not getting much of a break at the end of 6B, and then after 0 meters being relatively calm, the remaining portions of Summit Arb can definitely be pretty brutal. So I wouldn't call this so much of an equalizer as 6B here, but it is definitely an endurance test we got going on here, what with this being an 11-12 minute chapter for these runners.
It definitely can be an equalizer if you take some deaths in mainly the 1500 meters and 2000 meter checkpoints. Those can be some big deaths. Both runners playing very cleanly through Summit so far.
I always feel like I end up in a bit of a trance watching Summit gameplay in general. It doesn't matter which Summit chapter. It just kind of is the sort of level with such fluid movement all the time that you can just zone out and vibe with everything going so smoothly. They did build it that way, I suppose, making it so you can just keep going and going.
Yeah, it's such a smooth chapter.
So Jimmy was exiting that top left berry room that Vapo's in here at 36:14, and that means we have Vapo only 8 seconds behind now.
Still a very close race. Both runners need to minimize their mistakes from this point onwards. But here we have probably the most brutal checkpoint in the run. So many difficult strats. As we see Jimmy getting the narrow drop there.
Oh,
But
first
dying
try narrow
afterwards.
drop, but died with that berry. Hoping he knows a decent backup to get back through this, and it looks like he does. Oh, collecting the berry, but up dashing into the death bunnies on the exit. At least he got the berry. Yeah, that closed the gap almost completely now. Actually, they're practically synced up heading into this room. Vapo taking the lead even.
We don't have a GSA anymore, but we did have.
Short-lived. Jimmy with a faster cycle though. He could be closing the gap yet again for us here.
Taking a few deaths this demo. Doesn't want to give up on it. Gets it eventually. Are we gonna see the triple demo from either of these runners. Vapo choosing not to.
Oh no,
Maybe taking another big
Jimmy.
death.
Yeah, big death at the middle of that room there. Accidentally walked back over some of the death bunnies he'd already covered. Not managing the triple demo either. Jimmy falling further and further behind in 1500 meters here. You were right. You had the call right there when you talked about 1500 being another
It's
equalizer.
a checkpoint.
Oh yeah. I mean, if Jimmy is able to not let this bog down his mental for the rest of the run here, I see a chance of him coming back from this for sure. But I don't know. Having that much difficulty in one checkpoint like that can really
Please collect these. Thank you.
really start tending towards a little bit of tilt and frustration. See another. Let's see here. We have issues on Vapo's Twitch stream. Surely we'll be right back with him in 1 week. There we are.
They look like Vapo has a bit more of a lead here, but we do have to resync the times. And it is a lot closer.
Definitely still a Vapo lead, but something. Oh, wait.
Oh.
This is not good for Jimmy. Chilling out with the snowball. So Vapo was right around 39.07-ish entering the next room, so something in the range of 13 seconds of lead for Vapo right now, and as of the vertical auto-scroller.
I can see Jimmy going for that up demo strat to save around a second, I think. Oh, it misses the wing berry.
There's a little bit of a menuing issue as well, trying to retry for that, resetting it. Just another slight slowdown.
Vapo is really extending the lead here.
I haven't seen that backup before for that. Getting the first seed of that, accidentally losing it, and then going still with the fast strat more or less to grab the first seed again and get all three. Kind of an in-between strat that looked pretty nice.
Like we lost Vapo again, but we'll have him back soon.
Twitch has not been the kindest to us over the course of the event here, but we work with what we can. Jimmy going into 2,500 meters at about, I think that was a 40.36.
Just take the bubble at the top there. Ooh, doesn't quite get that corner boost, but backs it up. And gets the berry collect.
Well, it was something around a 15 to 20 second difference going into 2,500 here, but Vapo's stream seems to be doing a bit of backtracking for us at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get back on that.
Seems like Vapo might be having some internet issues, but meanwhile Jimmy getting that wall bounce for the berry. Getting the 2-frame setup there.
Maybe one of Vapo's mini cats was playing with the Ethernet. Oh, we have Vapo back now. Looking to be entering 3K at right about 42 minutes and a second. Jimmy could be right about on the same pace actually after the end of this checkpoint here. Probably a little bit further behind though.
Probably around 15 seconds behind, I think. .42.02 entering 3K for Vapo. And a 42.14 for Jimmy, so a 12-second lead for Vapo. That has closed up a bit. Jimmy with a pretty clean 2,500.
hoping that our players don't have any issues collecting downdraft berries here, because these can be particularly deadly mistakes. Oh, Jimmy, holding on to this one, steps back down to grab it. Yeah, didn't wanna let that one go.
You do not want to see those berries being dropped. Vapo entering updraft.
Jimmy with a nice little spike jump at the end of downdraft on the final berry there.
People save that. No, we'll gonna take a death. I'll give Jimmy a chance to catch up there.
Vapo touching that berry at 43.08, and Jimmy only about 5 seconds behind now, getting it at 43.13. It's gonna be so close coming into core here. This is amazing.
Managing to get those berry collects off for flag 14. Definitely don't want to be carrying a berry through there.
Oh, Jimmy having a death on flag 13 relatively early, so it's not a major difference, but that is gonna continue to grow Vapo's lead here.
Vapo collects flag 10 for the safety. Makes it anyway, without issues to flag 9.
Jimmy also grabbing flag 10 there, going a little bit safer at that spot. No issues as well for him though.
Oh, we're gonna see a flag 4 demo from Vapo.
I don't recall if he goes for it or not. I feel like he'd be tending towards no though.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Doesn't go for the first one, and chooses to go around.
Very understandable. Very punishing strat, especially when you're on tough nerves. But Jimmy managing to get it, so that's a
will save time there.
Yeah, 3 or so second gap closer from Jimmy, getting that demo.
Vapo getting to flag 1.
Yeah, they're only a couple seconds apart now.
This is so close. Vapo with the 12 flat summon. Jimmy with a 12-13.
Wow, 45.09 and 45.12. We are only 3 seconds apart heading into core. That is amazing. And this is also, I believe, a notable PB pace we got going on for Jimmy Clyde, given that he has a 49.37. So Jimmy is fighting for it right now.
I'll need a pretty solid call, but that is a PB pace. I know Jimmy does have a good call time. I think Jimmy caught up a bit there with the Granny Ultra. Let's see what strats we see from these players. Clean demo hypers from both. Jimmy takes the left side, Vapo goes right. As Vapo has a bit of a stumble on the ice skip. And Jimmy just about takes the lead, I think.
Only the smallest of differences here. Oh, and Vapo, though, failing to actually get the skip coming up after grabbing the berry.
Gets
So
the backup.
a little bit bigger now of a difference, because that backup took a bit to set up. And Jimmy going into the
Let's see the fire skip. Oh, not quite getting the setup there, but
Vapo went for the core hyper, but failed the jump timing there.
should still have saved a bit of time over Jimmy's unsuccessful lava skip. Oh, and Jimmy taking a death to 172. Gets a second try, but Vapo takes the lead again.
We are so back and forth on this right now. We are so back and forth.
Oh, another small death for Jimmy though. Jimmy's gonna need some mistakes from Vapo. He does have the fast strat, and there's the mistake.
Coming through back.
And
Oh
we're
my
back
goodness.
pretty much level, I think, but I think Jimmy takes the lead. He takes it back.
This is amazing.
Gets the HTV cleanly. Goes under the fireball. Gets through.
47-14 into the last checkpoint for Jimmy. And 47-19 for Vapo.
19. A 5-second lead for Jimmy going into the last checkpoint.
Everything matters still at this point. I did not expect this race to be coming out so closely. I mean, I had hoped for it for sure, but this is very exciting.
Any mistake from either of these runners at this point could be the end of their race.
Jimmy going for the fast climb on the left side there. Gonna be going for the Hyper. Oh, and doesn't manage to make it through. Hyper's a little bit too low and hits the side of that ice block. So Vapo gains the lead again just by the slightest bit.
Vapo getting the
Lava
loss
wall
very cleanly. Jimmy with the lava wall bounce also gets it cleanly. We'll save a bit of time there.
I believe Jimmy is only the slightest bit ahead in terms of the IGT.
Oh, Vapo missing the strat. Oh, that's a big death. That's a huge
That's so
death.
much time. I'm not
That
sure
could-
Vapo can actually close this gap anymore unless Jimmy makes a major mistake as well.
That could secure it for Jimmy here.
Looks
It's
like we have a
big
little
gap
bit of
now.
an upset on the line now then.
We'll see what happens in the cassette room.
Oh, losing Jimmy for a moment here.
Oh no.
Not now, Twitch. No. We're right at the end.
Oh, we're back, and he's missed something in the cassette. Oh no.
Having
Vapo
some
has a
trouble
chance
going
there.
for a fast strat here in the cassette room.
Going for the climb up setup and missing the hyper again. And Vapo
Jimmy,
takes
no!
it. Oh no. Oh no, Jimmy.
They're
Wait,
hitting
this
the
is
cassette
so
at the
close.
exact same moment.
So close.
They're both 49-36 on the cassette touch. The last
Vapo
room
goes for the
matters
save
here.
and quit. Vapo gets that extra 0.3 or whatever it is. Jimmy, not the cleanest so far through the heart room, but oh no. Oh, Vapo's messed it up as well.
What are we getting? What's the moment?
They're
I don't
both
know. It's in the
49.56.
decimals.
They're both.
What were the
49.56.
decimals? Jimmy, show us the
What?
journal. I beg.
I can't see that.
That looks point one. Okay, yeah, we
think
can't tell
Jimmy-
on our side.
I think Jimmy's won it
By half a second.
second.
Oh my god! Congratulations, Jimmy.
Made it
Wow,
a
that
lot
was a hard
closer than
fight.
it needed to be with those mistakes in the cassette room, but oh my. He takes it in the end. Wow.
Huge congrats to Jimmy there. Gonna be staying in the winner's bracket and bopping Vapo down to the loser's bracket by only half a second.
Wow. What a run from both runners. Huge GG's to both.
I was really scared for Jimmy right at the end there after. That was like 3 or 4 mistakes
thought it
trying
was
to enter the
over.
cassette room. I thought it was over too, but wow. Pulled it back at the last moment. Absolutely incredible. Well, I think that is going to actually wrap it up for today in terms of the races that we have going on. So thank you everybody for joining us today on the Celeste Community Twitch channel. Let's see. Is the bracket something that we're able to have updated already? I'm not aware of how we're working
So,
it.
looks like the bracket is updated. Are we able to get it on the stream? There we go. So, We have in the winners round 2, we'll have Luca versus Enon, and Jimmy just about claiming a spot against Bodil. And we have our losers round 1 matches, Tom versus Catman, and also Nova versus Vapo.
And that should be coming up next weekend, I believe. Or was that... I'm missing a day internally, aren't I?
So tomorrow we'll have the rest of the winners round 1 matches. Then I'm not sure when the next one will be.
We'll just have to wait and see, but I believe we'll have it coming up for next weekend. But yeah, again, huge congratulations to Jimmy in particular for that upset, and to our other runners who have won. And thankfully, for those who have lost, we will have the opportunity for them to potentially have a run through Losers Bracket to make it back. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. We'll be raiding into Olivia now. See you all next time.
Goodbye.